also tell you this.
Okay.
Atiku Abubakar had brawl with Baba Obasanjo just because he said no, they should respect constitutionality. Nothing like third term.
But Baba also mentioned that if truly he wanted, Baba also mentioned that if truly wanted that third term, he would have done it. Until now, nobody has actually come out with an evidence to say that he wanted to take that.
Were we not all aware?
Were you in the Aso Rock? Doctor, were you in the Aso Rock?
Was it not Atiku that allowed Baba for second term? But did Baba not beg Atiku for the second term?
Really?
And he said
he begged
for us that he begged.
Doctor, do you have evidence?
When all governors were with him.
Doctor, do you have evidence?
Were with him.
Doctor, do you have evidence that he actually begged?
Let's go to where you said we should go, Jare.
Doctor, sincerely, I love you on the show because it's always nice to have this wonderful, conversation.
Yes,
but Doctor,
I'm always also very free to discuss with you. I always appreciate you with your long questions. But then you won't allow the person to respond.
Doctor, Doctor, it's not like I don't want to respond, but of course, we're actually doing a give and take. It's head to head. I told you, I said, it's just you and I today. Okay, Doctor, so let's round off with ADC's conversation. I know that a room was not built in a day, just like Aregbesola mentioned that ADC is trying to build the grassroots and all of that. So let's talk about this wonderful question that I would like you to talk on behalf of ADC, your party now. What would ADC do differently? I know we've had several promises in the past. We've seen oppositions come up with, different promises, just like this APC government. As at the time that your former party, the PDP, was in power, and they gave us different promises. Of course, we know what actually happened in the past 8 years, okay, before this particular administration. So, Doctor, what is it that the ADC would do differently? And of course, what are the key factors that will determine the outcome of the 2027 election? And how can the ADC leverage them to their advantage? I'd like you to talk about it. In closing, and you just have 2 minutes so that we can wrap up the show. Thank you.
Yes, much as I'm not the spokesperson of ADC, I'm just a member. Bolaji Abdullahi is the spokesperson of ADC, but at the same time, as a member, I should also be able to air my view, And as ADC is, you're going to find out that we have people of, even though different ideological backgrounds, but they are now seeing the similarities, the commonalities in between those various ideological tenets, to bring those things together and then move the party forward. You can see that for a very long time, various ideological divides have been meeting. It's not that they like wasting their time, no, but they are trying to put on the table their ideological beliefs and then picking the commonalities in each of those ideologies, and then see how they can hew them together to make one. And to a very large extent, what they have decided to mold together are now being entrenched in the people. It's a philosophy that has its pivot, that has its root in people, that is people-oriented ideology. And when you have a people-oriented ideology, and then you are able to sell such to the people, definitely the people will follow you. And that is why somebody like me, you can see me in ADC, because ADC ideology resonates with that of the unifiers movement. When you look at our ideology, it is also rooted in the people. Okay, and that is why we have been bringing in people to the movement organically. That is an aspect. Number two, because the ideological tenet is basically rooted in the people, then that first function within the constitution will definitely be taken care of. That is, the economic well-being and security of the people will be highly paramount within the government of ADC. Bearing in mind also that ADC is now having a lot of fresh blood within its conclave. And when you look at this fresh blood, you know that there are eggheads that are ready to go all out and ensure a better Nigeria.
Okay.
It is only when you have a better Nigeria that we will have that respect we're supposed to have in the international community.
All right.
And they're now planning to win the elections.
All right. Thank you.
It is not about rigging.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Our time is well spent here.
Let us borrow some time from your producer now.
We can actually, no, I'm the one producing the program. So if you want to borrow more time, maybe, Doctor, you just have to let me know when you are ready. Of course, we can actually come back on air and you can do an exclusive. Even if you want 4 hours, Doctor, I'll sell the time for you. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayo Kayode, for joining the program. Okay. It's always a pleasure to have you. All right.
Thank you very
hopefully,
much.
Of course, we had an agreement that would also still go to it tomorrow. Okay. So, I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
No problem. I already promised last week when
Okay. So, I'll be seeing you again tomorrow on the show.
By God's grace.
Thank you so much,
God's grace.
This is how we can actually go on the program. That is people's voice. Of course, you should always make it a date with me here on the station from 4 to 5 p.m. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put for the locker room as they would come to do justice. So, the world of sports, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. A VOP TV.
The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekelha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale cheaply and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ariaria market has a total of 37,000 shops. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening and welcome to another exciting episode of Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. Today promises to be another very interesting episode of the show because we've got a lot of grass to cover. Former Super Eagles International John Obi Mikel actually threw his heart into the ring, saying he wants to actually contest for the position or leadership role in the Nigerian Football Federation. We also have former Super Falcons coach talking about Randy Waldrum. Also talk about $900,000 that the NFF are yet to account for. Lots of conversation, and of course, match day 5 for UEFA Champions League wrapped up in style as Arsenal actually came on top in that particular game against Bayern Munich in the match dubbed the clash of the Pep Guardiola's protege, where Mikel Arteta actually got that 3-1 defeat over Vincent Kompany's men. And of course, a lot of conversation that we'll also be looking at in this particular episode of the show. And of course, Liverpool, yes, the story continues for them. I mean, it's a team that every team wants to play against. They're just like candy. Every child wants to have a taste of it. And of course, for you out there to be part of the show, all you need to do is to actually call the number on your screen. And of course, you can also leave us a comment via our YouTube platform to actually have your say. Do not also forget to like, share, and of course, subscribe on our platform, and most importantly, click on that notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. Gerard Pella, I still are very much recovering from the defeat last night. And of course, Liverpool's name officially now is 3 Liverpool because every single game seems to end with 3 goals deficit against Liverpool side. All of this and more will definitely be unpacked in this show. Of course, Maiwa will join us virtually as the course of the show. But before we actually bring him on board, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded? before they even ever had wings. If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back. This is still very much Locker Room on the Voice of the People TV. And of course, before we went on that quick break, I told you that Mayowa will definitely be joining us virtually. Mayowa, good evening and welcome to Locker Room. We said a lot about the Liverpool game yesterday, and officially the chicken has come home to roost. Welcome again. I say good evening to you.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I hope Jerry is not under the weather today, because anytime they beat him blue and black, they beat his team blue and black. It's always under the weather. I hope he's not under the weather today. I hope he has not tried to escape. But in any case, crazy football yesterday. Over 40 goals in the Champions League. People scoring goals for fun. I know a whole lot of investors will be happy with the results yesterday. But in any case, that is what that's what we are here for, and that is what the Champions League brings. Good Thursday to talk football. Thank you for having me, Ikechukwu.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday was actually a thriller. I mean, one thing that actually, after looking at the results yesterday, I discovered that, it's not actually enough for you to actually say, you put on red or your team is the red. And how much of, what's the color of your fan base, the eyes of your fan base after every game. It tells exactly what you actually bring out. I mean, Liverpool claims to be the red, but every single game after now, I mean, we get to see that the fan base all have red eyes. But we'll go into that in depth when we look at the Champions League story. But before that, let's go straight to the story concerning former Super Eagles captain John Obi Mikel. I mean, he's expressed that he's willing to actually take on leadership role in the NFF. I mean, this is quite interesting. Of course, he said that he will definitely be throwing his hat in if the process is going to be fair and he wants to actually really contribute, his quota as a player. I mean, you and I will agree that Mikel in his days is one man who really wants to actually always come to play for the Super Eagles. He's one man who I can actually say, amongst all the big players we've had in the Super Eagles, it's one man who rarely selects game he wants to participate in. Now, how much of a good will this do for the Super Eagles or Nigerian football if Mikel eventually, wins and become, say for example, the NFF chairman?
Well, it will be very exciting, and this is somebody that played the football, at the highest level. A whole lot of people have said sometimes those that play football sometimes they don't make good managers or good head. The case of Samuel Eto'o became FECAFOOT president, and the Cameroonian Football Federation is in a whole lot of mess, a whole lot of infighting. And just, however, in the case of Nigeria, we've seen as a square peg in Lando that doesn't fit, and it has really cost us a whole lot. However, the critical question is this: I think even if Mikel throws his hat now at the moment, he's not going to win. And the reason why he's not going to, and I'm not being pessimistic, the reason why he's not going to win is we are so damaged that we do everything by federal character. So Amaju Pinnick was from the South. The current NFF president is from the, I think, northeast, from northwest. If I'm not mistaken, Zafar is northwest. It's from the northwest, and they have a way of rotating it. Amaju Pinnick, if I'm not mistaken, spent about 8 years. What's the Gusau is just ending his first tenure. Probably maybe you want to go another 4 years. So no matter how interested Mikel Obi might be, I think the federal character might knock him off. That's number one. Number two, another key factor that might work against Mikel Obi is this. Remember, the state FA chairmen are the delegates that are going to vote. what is the what is the buying? Does Mikel Obi have their buying? How is he politicking across the state FA? And you and I know that we've said it, we've complained multiple times that majority of our state FA chairmen, majority of them are just there based on a politician wants to reward them, and that's the reason why they are state FA chairman. So all these things will probably work against a Mikel Obi, and he also put a caveat that if everything is fair, he might probably have a chance. He might probably have a shot. However, what I've listed so far are factors that will work against him, and these are the Nigerian factor, and these are the corrupt factor that has plagued our football, and the reason why we are the reason why we are where we are at the moment. So good idea, but the odd is really against him. The only way he can win if there's a drastic change in how things are done. If we continue to do things the way we are doing it, we are getting people into position because of federal character, not because of competence. State FA chairmen, they are being given to people for reward as a political reward. Then somebody like Mikel Obi will never become the NFF president.
So Mayowa, if I hear you correctly, you are saying the biggest problem Mikel will be actually facing is the issue of federal character. But then if you look at the way Nigerian football has been run over the years, and one of the things Mikel Obi actually said in his remark was that he's going to ensure that corruption will not be tied to him. I mean, this is exactly one thing we've all been clamoring for. Mikel in his years, all through while he was playing, do you really see his person as the kind of person that fits the profile of the Nigerian politics? Because this is now beyond what you can actually do if you really have what it takes to do it. This is now a case of fitting into the mold of the people who have been running our football. Does Mikel as a person, is it that person that people who run our football naturally will like or want to actually welcome from your own assessment?
Well, I think he has a whole lot of people to work against. It's not just one person that is corrupt in the NFL. A whole lot of people are corrupt. I'll give a typical example. I watched an interview yesterday night, one drum, talking about the last Falcons World Cup preparation. NFF were giving, according to Wardrum, they were giving $960,000 for that particular preparation.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in depth. We'll talk about that in depth after this particular story. We have it right here, right? But I want us to actually look at X-ray the Mikel story very well, because if you look at Mikel is like the JJ of his own era. He's one player who can really command a lot of his peers to actually follow him when it comes to stuff like this. And of course, a lot of ex-international have been clamoring for change and people who really understand. But let's look at Mikel as a person. Does he really have what it takes to even run a country's football? Apart from the fact that, yes, we might say, okay, we want someone who has played the game. Because in other climes, right, ex-international that go on to actually run football, they actually have, the required CV to actually back whatever it is they're actually pushing for. Does Mikel have it? Or is it just a case of, okay, people who are there actually not even doing it, so why can't we just try Mikel?
Well, I think you start from somewhere. There's a particular Michel Platini who played football and was a successful UEFA president. And he ran UEFA very well. Yes, a lot of people might come out and say he had corruption case against him and the rest of that. But before that, we knew how he was able to revolutionize, the UEFA competition and UEFA in general, which shows that he has the quality to be able to do it. I think Mikel Obi has that quality. However, if he wants to succeed, if he by chance or by luck, if he ever makes it to become NFF president, I think he needs to put in a whole lot of processes in place and a whole lot of check and balances in place that make it very, very difficult for money to be stolen, because majority of this thing is just one man. He has to work with plethora of people, and since it's a very corrupt, organization, it will be very difficult to wield change if you are not putting processes in place. So if he ever makes it and becomes the NFL president by luck, I think those are things he needs to put in place. That is for him running it as a person. However, getting there is a big problem. And I'm not trying to, introduce tribalism or whatever it is. When was the last time in recent time that we have somebody from Southeast take the aims of the NFF.
That
has not happened.
Is that not the major reason why Mikel should actually be given a shot, since he's actually from that part of the country, to actually run our football? And Maiwa, you also mentioned something very important, that he needs to put in place certain rules to ensure that corruption is not tied to his government, like he actually said. But then, what are the things? Let's be more specific now. What are the things you think Mikel should actually put in place? We're creating an if scenario now. What are the things that he should actually put in place if he eventually wins? And of course, plus the fact that he's from the Southeast, a place where it's been a long time we had someone from that part of the country manage our football. I think he should actually be given a chance for equity and balance.
If further character will turn to his side, probably. However, like I said, Gusau has another 4 years now in court to spend, when Amadou Pinnick already spent 8 years. So probably maybe Mikel should wait another 4 years. Probably maybe by that time they'll probably give him a look. That is that. However, if eventually by luck, if eventually makes it to become the NFL president, one of the first things that needs to be implemented is how money is being spent. There needs to be accountability on how money is being spent. Remember, we've been clamoring that we want to see the audited account. No one has ever seen the audited account. There needs to be checks and balances in terms of how money is being spent. What are the processes involved in money being spent? What are the processes involved in how they spend money allocated to them? That we have not seen. And for us to be able to see that, there is a need for us to first of all see the audited books. We need to see the audited books. Let's see the audited book first. When we see the audited book, we will know how deep this corruption is. If you're in a corporate setting, there is always any corporate organization has what they call internal auditor, and as they have people that they call financial control. What those people do is this: they audit everything that you do. If you say you bought, they give you 20 naira, and you've bought a pencil for 20 naira, there's an internal auditor that will audit it to ensure that it's actually 20 naira and you are not patching up the book. That's number one. Number two, there's a financial control and bringing the corporate environment, bringing it to an organization like the NFF, which is a public organization that takes public funds. And these are the things that are supposed to be in place. There's always a financial controller that would control how money is being spent. Before 1 naira is being released, you need to give account, you need to give a justification for how this is being done. If we put all those things in places, corruption will reduce drastically, because what we see is money is being allocated and there is no proper record of how the money is being spent. I can bet it with you, the NFF cannot tell us how they spent monies given to them by the federal government. The case of the 17 billion that they were given to pay up, the monies that they were owing players. How come they didn't do that and we have players protesting? So if you can put those two things in place, definitely it will make it much more difficult for people to steal money. Then, we can start building from there. The moment there is a laxity in the system and people can expect the system to steal money, the issue of corruption will not be stopped.
It's quite sad. But then, Maiwa, of course, you should know that the NFF's job, it's quite difficult for someone to actually sit there for 8 years. I think Amadou Pinnick is the last person who actually stood there for 8 years. And the other persons that actually gone into the house, the most they've gotten is 4 years. So if it happens the same way with the fact that Ibrahim Gusau has actually failed, or his board has actually failed to actually lead the Super Eagles to the World Cup, then perhaps he might just be calling the crew. And maybe that's exactly why Mikel is actually sounding this alarm, saying he's quite interested for the job. We're still talking about corruption cases, and now let's go straight to this story of the former Super Falcons coach, the person of Randy Waldrum, who has actually raised concerns over financial management of the Nigerian Football Federation in relation to funds provided by FIFA for his team's preparation ahead of 2023 Women's World Cup. In a trending video, Waldrum actually revealed that FIFA allocated $960,000 for the team's build-up in October 2022, questioning where did the money go. That's exactly what he said. And of course, he said that despite all the money, and they never received anything, no adequate preparation. And of course, the Super Falcons, if you recall, that they end up in round of 16 where they actually played against the Three Lioness of England, and they lost via penalty. Waldron actually expressed disappointment over the poor organization leading to the tournament. He cited several challenges, including conditions under which the team traveled to Japan for a friendly match, with some players arriving just hours before kickoff and returning immediately after, thus missing critical training sessions. And of course, Waldron also highlighted concerns about the NFL's decision to take a limited time a number of technical staff to the World Cup, claiming that FIFA permits up to 22 staff members, but Nigeria only brought 11. This lack of resources forced him to rely on limited video footage and insufficient data when preparing for opponents. He emphasized the need for transparency in these matters, and as they directly impact the performance and development of women's football in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the NFF is working to schedule an international friendly ahead of the next FIFA window to prepare 2026 Africa Cup of Nations. I mean, Mawa, we listened to One Day One Drum. A lot of us saw that video, and at some point, we started asking, who caused us? Why exactly do we behave the way we are behaving? But in all of the videos, in all of these things that One Drum actually mentioned, which of it actually surprised you the most? Like, which of One Drum's word came to you as a shock? Like, yes, we've been this bad, but you never believed that it's that terrible.
Well, I don't think any of it shocked me. I was not surprised. We've known this before, and we've been clamoring for years as regards this. Anybody that follows local knows that we talk extensively about the corruption in Nigerian football, and Wadrum is just confirming what we have been speaking about all these years. I mean, we've been talking about this for over 2 years, and I'm not surprised about what Wadrum is saying. If the NFF can be giving 17 billion to clear off to clear off what they are owing, backlog of what they are owing players, and they couldn't do that. So how do you expect them to give a good account or to spend the money given to them by FIFA? How do you expect them to spend it appropriately? If NFF cannot account for the FIFA development money that they gave to them, and they were showing us an uncompleted stadium, how do we expect them to do something with the money that FIFA gave them for the female World Cup? We are remember the last Nation Cup, the last World Cup. You saw how they treated our girls. Before that particular tournament, a private citizen in Ogun State, and we don't want to be doesn't free out, but the private citizen in Ogun State stood up, was the one responsible for our girls preparing. He was one responsible for providing a camp space for our girls. He was one that provided everything that had to do with it for our girls before the last platform. And the NFL president was there shining his teeth. So I'm not surprised in any way. If I gave you 960,000, you're supposed to have at least about 22, 23, staff members to assist the coach to do the job. Yet you decide to allow the remaining money, you couldn't give account for it. That's number two. In that particular tournament, our girls were also struggling. They were also complaining about their welfare. Their welfare was not taken care properly, and nobody is saying anything. So it's just unfortunate that that we found ourselves in this situation. And I've said it over and over again. Until we find people who are not corrupt-minded running our football, who will discuss this for years to come. It's just unfortunate.
I mean, Maiwa, if you look at that money, the valuation of that money today is over 700 billion naira. Today, about 748 billion naira. That's exactly the valuation of that money. And I sit back, I start thinking, okay, how much of football development would that have brought into, the Super Falcons and, of course, our female football? Even if, let's say, that money is only used for female football development in this country. I mean, I can't just imagine where it's really. But let's look deeper into Waldrom's word exactly. So at this point, when he's actually making this remark, what do you expect the body to actually do? I mean, the appropriate authorities, what exactly do you expect them to actually do? Because this money is a lot of money, and then the people who run our football claiming they don't have money, and all of this money are yet to account for. Where do we even start from, to start reading the glass house? Because now they are responsible for all of this again. How do we even start reading them of corruption? Because, see, Mayowa, I go back to Mikel Obi's statement, right? And the idea of federal character and all whatnot, bringing the politics that brings people into the glass house and all of that. what can we as sport writers and citizens of this country do to ensure that it is that person who we understand or we know can actually do the job, that we want in the glass house, that we put in glass house? Because if we continue in this line of allowing these persons to, decide our fate, we'll continue to come back here to complain and without any meaningful results. How do we go? Where do we go from here?
Well, I think, and I want to throw shot at a whole lot of sport journalists, including, a lot of us that talk about football. I think we are not doing enough. A whole lot of people are not talking about this. Apart from, I can't remember any dedicated sport program that x-rays corruption, Nigerian football corruption, apart from locker room. Then apart from another guy on Twitter that has been on this NFF case, I can't remember his name now. Even if I remember, I don't want to give him free advert. I mean, apart from, us talking about it here, and probably maybe that guy on Twitter, I don't think anybody highlights the corruption that's happening in, in the NFF. And we need to begin to talk about it, bring it to the forefront, and let people know about it. That's number one. Number two, the corruption agencies we have in Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, I think they are compromised. Because, I mean, what will it take them for them to start investigating the NFF? This is a federation that is funded by public funds. This is a federation that allocation goes to. So EFC can look at them and look at how they are spending the money. Since all this while we'll be making a whole lot of noise. The ICPC is there, the EFCC is there, and these are the agencies that are tasked, with ensuring that people are not corrupt, with ensuring that organizations are not corrupt, and they are not doing anything. The only thing we see is, and I'm not endorsing Yahoo. Those doing Yahoo, they need to be brought to book and just for damaging the image of Nigeria. However, apart from these are the people that they are supposed to look at. Nobody is looking at the NFF. No NFF president has been made to give account of how they spend money, even when federal government has allocated money to them. So until this happens, we'll continue to talk about it, because as it is now, it seems the NFF is above the law. And that is the reason why anybody can just get in there and do what they want to, that's meant for us to develop our football.
It's so sad. Maiwa, still talking about football, let's move away from, the case of corruption and look at, Super Eagles coach Eric Shell, who has actually finally released his preliminary list and, of course, handed it over to, the glass house. And reports from that particular list is that we have 10 new players in that particular list, and they're actually all young players in that list. Preparing for the Nations Cup, which is obviously about 3 weeks from now, Maiwa, where does this leave us? Are we really ready to actually compete? Because adding 10 new players into this particular time, with this short time, I don't know. The only friendly that it seems in sight is the game against Egypt, and we don't know if that is really going to happen at the end of the day. But then let's say it's going to happen. I mean, 10 new players. Would they even get enough minutes to actually blood in with the team? Do we even have a team now from where we stand, Maiwa? I mean, tell us about the Super Eagles and this list. Hello, Maiwa, can you hear me? Hello, Maiwa.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. So I mean, this is not the time for us to build a team. We have about, I think if I'm not mistaken, we have about 17 days. No, sorry, we have about 21 days to that particular tournament. We have about 21 days to that particular tournament. That's barely about 3 weeks to that particular tournament. You can't build a team in 3 weeks. What we eventually have is probably, if those 10 players, if one or two of them, do so well, and they probably bring in the kind of swagger a Benjamin Frederick brought to the national team, probably maybe one or two of them will make it. However, bulk of the players that will make it to the Nations Cup will be the known players that we have known before. I've said it constantly, this Nations Cup is just for us to patch up, just for us to show up. The rebuilding process, the building and finding suitable replacements for our aging team, starts after the Nations Cup. That is when, Excel will be able to build a team properly. And I hope the NFF will be there to support in terms of ensuring that every, international window that we have, there are friendlies lined up for HL to be able to test out these new players. Remember, before the conclusion of the World Cup qualifiers, HL talked about scouting about 80 new players, and you can't begin to test 80 new players in this last 3 weeks. It has to be after the Nations Cup. So basically, maybe 1 or 2 of the 10 new names will probably make it to the Nations Cup, but at least 98% of players that will make it to the Nations Cup will be names that we are very familiar with.
Mawa, a chieftain of the NFF, actually praised Chelsea's decision to focus on the youth, calling it a bold move for essential rebuilding the Super Eagles. And of course, in his word, he said, "When I saw the list with so many young players, I was impressed." Could it be that the NFF has also given up on the trophy and say, you know what, Erichel, just go there and rebuild your team and start with, use this Nations Cup as a testing ground for the players that will be the future for the Super Eagles?
If the problem with the NFF is you don't know where their head is at. And, as it is now, Gusau and his board, they've already messed up in terms of not qualifying for the World Cup. The next thing they want to do is to try and save their head. If they will give HL the full backing, and they are not mandating, because one of the things that they said was, unless maybe they are changing tune, that they are looking at the Super Eagles getting to the finals again and probably winning it. That's one of the mandate they are giving to HL. If they have changed that mandate and tell him that he should build a team using this Nations Cup as a testing ground for the new players, then all well and good. If they can give him the support and they will support him to do that, then that will be good. However, we say constantly, our team is aging. There is a need for us to start injecting fresh blood, and it will be a good idea if we begin to see the fresh blood coming into the national team. However, the big question is this: will the NFF throw their weight behind the idea for HL to start it now? I don't want a situation whereby they will give an okay for HL, maybe the tournament starts and the new bloods are not doing well, and they start, and they remove the rug under the legs of HL and throw him under the bus like they usually do.
So for you now, what exactly should be the case? How should Erichel, I'm putting in the spot of Erichel now, how should he strike a balance between rebuilding the team and ensure that Nigeria gave a very strong showing in the AFCON?
For me, if I were HL, what I would do is this: integrate, 2, 3, or probably maybe I'll probably even raise the bar depending on the performance of the 10 new players, the 10 young new players. If they do so well, probably integrate 4 of them into the national team. Whatever result I'm going to get in the Nations Cup, I will not really mind, because we've already said it. I don't think we have the team that can win based on the analysis we've done so far with what we have at the moment. Then after the Nations Cup, I begin to rebuild from there. However, the bottom line, the key factor here, the most important thing here is the agreement between him and the NFF, because no matter what plan he has, NFF has to give him, a solid backing, and the solid backing will come if the NFF, buys the idea of him starting to build a team for us from this Nations Cup or after the Nations Cup. So it has to do with what he and the NFF agrees to do finally.
We just hope that whatever decision they actually are taking is the one that's going to benefit the nation loudly. Of course, let's move away from Nigerian football and go straight to the match day 5 of the UEFA Champions League has wrapped up. Of course, Arsenal, Mikel Arteta's men, won the battle of Pep Guardiola's protege against his opponent, Vincent Kompany, as Arsenal solidified its candidacy for this season's Champions League title with a decisive 3-1 victory at home over Bayern Munich. Of course, positioning Arteta's team at the top of the log. Mayawa, you saw that game last night. Arsenal were impressive, but of course, is this champion in making, or we're just seeing another English side that actually topped the Champions League, in the group stage, like Liverpool did last season, only to, capitulate when they actually played PSG in the round of 16. Will Arsenal go all the way? Is this Arsenal side good enough to deliver the very first, major silverware in the last over 20 years for Arsenal?
I think one thing about them, they have a swagger, around them when playing, and I love it so much. Their midfield, Eberechieze, is definitely a good buy. Definitely a good buy. The injury that brought about, the panic buy of Ebericheze, I think, worked out so well for Arteta. Then there's a particular, when Declan Rice was bought for £104 million, a lot of people complained that he's too costly, blah, 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 and the rest of that. But Declan Rice is in the form of his life. Declan Rice and Ebericheze, they owned the midfield yesterday, and they were very spectacular in their display. Also, we're talking about Arsenal not having depth. Trossard was taken out of the game because of injury. Madueke came in, and he was the star of the show. I mean, that shows the kind of depth that Arsenal has, and I think Arteta has been. So one thing you give Arteta credit is this: he has been improving the team bit by bit. We might want to postpone our team that he has a way of bottling it and the rest of that. However, every new season there is an improvement over the last, and we are seeing the same thing right now. The big question is this: are they going to be consistent to the end? The course of February, March, will it strike again this season? That is the big question Arteta needs to answer. However, but at the moment, the way they are playing, I think they are poised to probably, go very far in the Champions League and also go very far, in the EPL too.
But from where you stand right now, match day 5 in the UEFA Champions League, and of course, match day 12 in the Premier League. Can Arsenal, from where you stand, can Arsenal actually pick either of the major titles or both?
Well, I think they stand a better chance. They are 9 points ahead of Man City, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they have a better chance. No, sorry,
7 points. 7 points.
They are 7 points ahead of Man City.
6 points ahead of 6 points ahead of Chelsea.
6 points ahead of Chelsea. So I mean, they've given themselves a bit of breathing space, and the way they are playing, I think they stand a better chance to dispatch a whole lot of teams. Also, remember, yesterday was the first time they considered they go in the Champions League. That is how good their defense has been this season. Magalis not playing, no problem. We can still manage. Look at the display they had yesterday. So for me personally, I think minus the fact that I'm scared for them in February, March because of their accident last season. I think right now the way they are playing, I think I will not be surprised if Arsenal ends up winning. The Champions League and also the EPL too.
Maiwa, which of this trophy do you think is easiest for Arsenal to win? Which of them?
Well, I think the EPL, I think the Champions League is much more easier to win than the EPL, to be honest with you. 38 games. Champions League is way lesser game than that. Champions League, I think you play about 16, 17 games at most. The EPL, you play about 38
games.
EPL is very difficult to win. And, we don't know Champions League is much more easier. How in the Champions League, the drum you might get drawn to a team that is way smaller that you can partially. But the EPL is a round robin competition, and you have to be consistent for a very long time for you to be able to win. So EPL is much more difficult than the Champions League.
And of course, for the case of Liverpool, struggles continue with a disappointing 4-1 defeat at home to PSV Eindhoven. And of course, Liverpool has been dubbed Triverpool. I mean, the last 10 games, they've considered 10 goals. I mean, last 3 games, they've considered 10 goals. And of course, just managed to score 1. And those 3 games, they've actually had 3 goals deficits. Maiwa, what's going on with Liverpool? Should Arne Slot throw in the towel? Or should Liverpool, hand him the sack letter if he refuses? What exactly is the problem with Liverpool? Is it the defense? Because Liverpool is not even going through injury crisis, or is it a mental issue, or is the fact that Arne Slot has been found out? What exactly is the problem with Liverpool?
I think first of all, they need to address the defense. Van Dijk, Konate. I think I don't know, by January. Probably, and it's not we have to stick to them to January. By January, they need to bring in players, and it's not needs to send a message to Van Dijk and Konate. Van Dijk and Konate were responsible for some goals they conceded yesterday, and we have been saying consistently, majority of their issue comes from the central defense. central defense position. And majority of the goals they considered, 60-70% of the goals they considered this season, comes from the central defensive position, and that is the reason why they are struggling at the moment. That aside, in the midfield also, they've not been able to hack it in the midfield. They've been always second best against most of the teams that they play with. We saw it against a PSV side yesterday, and it's not usually complaints about teams playing the ball in the air and just PSG played the ball on the floor yesterday, and they outtweeted the midfield of Liverpool yesterday. So I think Arne Slot needs to go back to the drawing board. I think he's not getting some things right, and I think he needs to figure out how to rearrange the midfield. And extension to that, because the midfield is not functioning very well, the attack becomes lackluster, the attack becomes very flat, and that is the reason why the likes of Salah, even Isak that we usually banter in terms of the amount spent, is not getting enough supply to be able to do the damage. And it's not needs to fix the midfield before he starts looking at personnel in front of goal. The supplies are not coming, the defense is in shambles, and there's a whole lot of overhaul that needs to be done, to that Liverpool side. They need for them to review, and in the building process, players like Van Dijk and Konate, they are not in the future of Liverpool if they want to achieve something fantastic, this season.
I mean, it's so sad, like they always say, it is very easy to win a trophy, but defending a trophy is where the big challenge comes, because your attitude will definitely take you there, but your character will keep you. It seems Arne Slot does not have the character to actually maintain a top team, and that's my own position about him. But of course, let's still talk about UEFA Champions League, and one man, Kylian Mbappe, who turned in a very stunning performance for Real Madrid, scoring 4 goals, including a first half hat-trick in just 8 minutes in a narrow 4-3 win over Olympiacos. And of course, that puts Kylian Mbappe 9 goals in the UEFA Champions League now, and he's head and shoulder above every other person, including our own Victor Osimhen. I mean, is this going to be Kylian Mbappe's year of landing the Ballon d'Or, Mayowa?
Well, I think it might be his year. Ousmane Dembele is struggling at the moment. He's not playing so well. Haaland that is scoring all the goals, in the last game because of Guardiola trying to keep him because of the congested fixture, could not really do much. They have surpassed our own Victor Osimhen. Osimhen is injured at the moment. We don't know when he's going to come back. And, Mbappe is fine on us in that. I mean, if you look at his movement yesterday, he's one of the deadliest strikers in Europe because of the way he was moving yesterday. He was a thorn in the flesh of the Olympiacos side. And, all the goals he scored, he deserves all of them. Scoring 4 goals. Madrid scored 4 goals. Kylian Mbappe scored 4 goals. That's how good Kylian Mbappe is. And the services are coming. Adama, very fantastic player, and giving the passes, supplying the crosses. Very fantastic yesterday. The midfield of Real Madrid, the move Kylian Mbappe made it much more easier for the midfield of be able to locate him. And that's the reason why he was able to get a hat-trick in the space of 8 minutes. So, kudos to him. I would not be surprised if he continues this way. I would not be surprised if he ends up winning the Ballon d'Or.
Of course, in a repeat of the UEFA Super Cup, Paris Saint-Germain actually edged Tottenham Hotspur 5-3 with the Vitinha scoring a hat-trick. And after Tottenham initially took the lead twice through Richarlison and Rando Kolumuani, or PSG rallied with goals from Fabian Ruiz and, of course, William Pachu. I mean, we saw that game, and do you see PSG coming back into their mode? Because this same phase last season in the UEFA Champions League, they were not all that. They were not even in the favourites. In fact, they struggled to actually make it to the next round, and until they actually got to the next round, they became a different new team. Do you really think PSG is beginning to step into the stride that we actually saw last season, following the game against Tottenham?
I think they are beginning to step into their stride. However, you might still be skeptical about the result. And the reason is this. They played against an inconsistent Tottenham. The question is this. Why did they fire Ange Postecoglou? Why? Thomas Frank has not been able to deliver any result. He has not been able to deliver any consistency. There's no consistency in the performances of Tottenham Hotspur. And I don't think, the poor performance will stop any moment from now. Remember, majority of these players are players, that were gotten by Ange. Majority of them are not Thomas Frank's players. So it's going to take a bit of time. However, for PSG, they begin to turn the things around for themselves. They had a shaky start even in their league. They were struggling to win games. At some point, they even drew some game and even lost some game, even in the Champions League. So now we are beginning to see them get into their stride back. Ousmane Dembele, who don't really do much yesterday, he's just coming back from injury. Vitinha getting his first hat-trick for PSG after a very long time, shows the kind of quality that particular team has. I think they are beginning to build the momentum, and if they can sustain the momentum, I don't think anything can stop them, in going very far in this particular competition. They are not a pushover side. The team that won the Champions League last season is not a pushover side, and the performance they gave yesterday is an indication that there is a champion hiding, in their inconsistent performance so far. If they can continue to build this momentum, definitely I will not be surprised if they get very, very far in this season's Champions League.
Of course, in the capital of Spain, right there at the one-day Metropolitano, where Atletico Madrid, of course, Diego Simeone's men secured a vital 2-1 home win against Inter Milan, with Joe Gomez scoring the winner in the dying minutes after Julian Alvarez had opened the scoring. And of course, Julian Alvarez always in the score sheet. I don't know. Is this guy going to be, when exactly do you think Julian Alvarez is going to step in to become one of those players who will definitely be seen as a regular contender for the Ballon d'Or? Because for me, I don't think Atletico Madrid is actually doing a lot to actually help the player's ability. What do you think?
I think he has found joy. Remember, he used to play for Man City. And in Man City, he was a second choice. He wanted to play regular football because of the kind of quality possesses, and that's the reason why he left for Atletico Madrid. I think the same thing that is happening to our own Osimhen, using Galatasaray as a stopgap. I think that is what he's using Atletico to do. And I will a job than Atletico comes for him much later, because at the moment, with the kind of performance he's putting in, because of the club he's playing for, and because of that club cannot punch, they cannot, they cannot dine with the big boys in Europe. Yes, they're also a big team, but they can't dine where the biggest of the biggest are dining. That might probably affect him, negatively. So with this kind of performance, definitely top clubs will definitely come for him. I will not be surprised if the likes of a Real Madrid, a PSG, or even maybe an Inter Milan probably comes for him much later, with the kind of performance he's putting in at the moment. It will be so sad that, because of the club he's playing for, he's not able to be mentioned in the Ballon d'Or list. Definitely, maybe after 1 or 2 seasons more with Atletico, if this performance continues, bigger clubs will come for him, and probably we might get to see him in the conversation of the Ballon d'Or sooner than later.
Of course, from one Italian side that actually lost against Atletico Madrid to another Italian side, and this one concerns Nigeria again. And of course, it is Rafael Palladino's side, talking about Atlanta. And of course, they likely, gotten that 3-0 victory over Eintracht Frankfurt. And Ademola Lookman actually netted 3 goals in just 5 in that particular game. And of course, what's his name? Lookman, Ederson, and of course, Charles Leclerc actually leaving, their mark on that particular match. And if you look at the way after that particular game, Ademola Lookman actually said that, he's ready to actually fight, for his shirt. He's ready to actually give his all right there at, Atlanta. It seems that the man, Rafael Palladino, is actually doing something very special for that particular side. And I'll ask again, Mayowa, is this the right time for Ademola Lookman to actually pack, his bag, since the ovation is high, he's getting back to form? Or should he just trust the new manager and then get back to form and enjoy his life right there at the city of Bergamo?
I think for now, he's stuck in Bergamo. He can't leave until January 1st. January 1st, will be at the Nations Cup. Hoping Nigeria will make it very far. However, I think it's a good one for Nigeria. Talking as a Nigerian fan now, he's beginning to get the goals. Remember, he has been struggling with form with Atlanta. Yesterday, him scoring, a striker scoring, a striker that has not been on the score sheet for a while, scoring a goal as a way of boosting your confidence. So him scoring that goal, will reinforce to him that, he still got it and he can still score goals. And that's a good sign. So the next thing to look at is what will be the trajectory of his performance between now and when the Nations Cup will start. However, it's a good sign that he can score goals and is able to score goals. It's a good sign that, the new coach has, decided to repose his faith in him and, reward him with, match time, and he has been able to reward the coach with goals. So let's look at, the next feature. Let's look at his performance in the next game. But I mean, right now, he's playing under the coach. The coach has been able to get to him. And for him to come out and say he wants to fight for his shirt, it means, the coach has been able to get to him psychologically. And I think I would want to see that transform into performances. If the performances are good, by January, he can decide to, make the move. But if the performances are not good, the likelihood for him to leave in January will be very, very slim, because no club will want to invest in a player that's not performing for their, previous club.
It's also worthy to note that those 3 goals from Atlanta, talking about the Demola Lukmans, Ederson, and the Lekatere, actually ensured that Liverpool has Atlanta FC actually officially make it through the playoff spot of the UEFA Champions League. And of course, on that note, we'll definitely be wrapping up. Maya, it's good to have you join me right here on Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I'm hoping that Crystal Palace do me proud today. I have a distant friend that probably make his debut today for Crystal Palace. I'm looking forward to that. But I'm looking forward to Crystal Palace game today, and I'm hoping to see my distant friend make his debut for Crystal Palace today. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And of course, this is exactly where we'll be anchoring to this episode of The Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. Of course, if you're into politics, stick around. Don't go nowhere, because Chukwuma Okoro will definitely be bringing up a political lens. And of course, it's a show you do not want to miss. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Stay tuned. Don't go nowhere.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind Them. But last, more than No Mind Them. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, good evening, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I am Chukuma Okoro. Now, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. It's supposed to be an interactive conversation. Feel free to call in at any time. On the show today, we are going to dissect Okpebolo's 1 year in office through the eyes of an insider, because we will be joined shortly by Prince Kasim Afebwa. He's a journalist and the current Commissioner for Information in Edo State. We also have Mr. Chris Ojekere, human rights activist and political affairs commentator. I'll have both of them walk us through the 1 year of Okpebolo in Edo State, how his 1 year in office has impacted on infrastructure, the economy, and the democracy of Edo State. We'll admit them shortly, but before we do that, let's go for a short break. I'll be right back. Please stay tuned and do join us again.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Hi, my name is Uche Joma. This is VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
That's
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. Now, VOP means Voice of the People Television, and the program is Political Lens. Well, we have been joined from Benin by the State Commissioner for Information, Prince Kasim Afebwa. Good evening to you, Prince, and thanks for being part of this show. We appreciate your presence. Hello, Commissioner, can you hear me? I would like for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed. Hello, Commissioner, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, we'll go for another short break. Let's get the commissioner into the show properly. We'll be right back. Please do stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that guy because VOP is the plot.
All right, there. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us again, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. Well, we've been joined by Prince Kasim Ofebua. He's a journalist and the State Commissioner for Information. Good evening, Commissioner, and thanks for being part of the show.
Good evening.
Very well. Good to have you, sir. Good to have you. We also have...
Same here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. We also have Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is a human rights activist and political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Ojekere, and good to see you again, sir.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
Very well, very well. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to Political Lens. We appreciate your presence. Now, let's get right into it. Governor Monday Okpebholo of Edo State recently clocked 1 year in office, and we have the commissioner here to tell us how the governor has fulfilled on his promises to the Edo people in the last 1 year. Commissioner, sir, can you walk us through? I'd like for you to reel out the achievements of your principal in the last 1 year and how those achievements have impacted on the well-being of the good people of Edo State. Can we hear you, sir?
Yeah, good evening, my brother. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity of this discussion.
Beautiful.
We celebrated 365 days in office, November 12, 2025. And we make bold to say that the foundation we have laid for the takeoff of different aspects of our Edo development has remained very, very cheering to us. We were able to lay a proper foundation for the takeoff of our SHINE agenda, SHINE representing security, health, infrastructure, natural resources, and agri and education. The state we inherited from our predecessor in office was not sharing news. It was a state that was fragmented, a state that was driven by altercations, by divisions, and by quarrelsomeness. It was a state with infrastructural decay and rot, a state of more MOUs than the actuality of governance in the different aspects of our lives as Edo people. Now, coming on board, we needed to recover a lot of this decay, a lot of this rot, and put the state on a stronger pedestal. So we started with infrastructural development. We started recovering roads. As at the time we're marking 365 days, we had completed about 53 kilometers of roads out of the 254 that we gave out in terms of contract. And we have also recovered about 63 to 68 secondary and primary schools in the area of education. Some have not been completed, some are ongoing, but we've, appreciably, intervened to arrest the drift that we inherited. Chairs and tables have been provided in classrooms. There's now a marker board. In most cases, we also provide boreholes in those schools so that they can have water and have access to water. We have also fenced some of these schools that we have fixed, and all of these are verifiable. We are building the first flyover in Benin City at the Ramat Park. We have started the second one at Adisuwa Junction. We have built and completed 60 primary healthcare centers. We have also invested in agriculture with the Udomi farms, and we have also given land to quite a number of people who needed land to carry out agriculture, particularly plantation agriculture. We have invested so much in education, helped to arrest the drift in the State University, Ambrose Ali University. When we came on board, it was in rot. Lecturers were old salaries. The state government was giving it 41 million naira. We have since taken that one to 500 million naira. The other state university, Edo State University, Uzare, the government, our predecessor, was not giving any cover. Now we are paying 250 million as subvention every month. We have also been able to invest in security. We have recruited 2,500 Edo sons and daughters, trained them using the military, and we have deployed them to all the local governments of the state. We have also, as we speak, trying to recruit 300 persons per local government that will work in these different local governments to also complement in the area of intelligence gathering, in the area of collaboration with police and civil defense to combat incidences of insecurity. We have also bought and distributed 60 Hilux vans to the police and the civil defense. We have bought close to 400 motorcyclists to police to aid them to assess areas that are quite difficult for vehicles to access in the course of combating crimes and criminalities. We have set up command structure in Edo Central. We have set up another one at Opela, because it's a border community, and so we try as much as possible to see how we can deepen conversations around insecurity to for us to mitigate the upsurge, because we have been witnessing quite a number of kidnapping. But thank God for our intervention, the data has reduced. Unlike when we came on board, it was quite prevalent, but now we have been able to nip it to the barest minimum. So in summary, we have laid a very good foundation for takeoff of proper governance, different from the Obubuyaya that we inherited from our predecessor, where there are quite a number of infractions, quite a number of underhand transactions. That's just by way of summary.
All right. I must say a very big thank you to you, Commissioner Afebua, for this rundown that you have given us on the 1 year in office of your principal Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo. It's interesting to know, from what you read out, those states seem to be on a higher pedestal, like you said. It is good news. It is cheery. I passed through Benin like 2 weeks ago, and I also had a feel of what Benin has become. But we'll talk about all of that in a moment. But before we get into the specifics of it, I would like for Mr. Ojekere, Chris Ojekere, who lives in Benin City there in Edo State, to react. I would like for him to give us an assessment. Mr. Ojekere, what's your assessment of the achievements of the governor as read out by the commissioner? Do you have points of agreement, or do you want to concur with everything that he said?
Well, I just heard you say you passed through Benin a few weeks ago, and I congratulate you and I rejoice with you that you were not a victim of kidnap. I'm so happy that you are bringing in the commissioner, who is a very reputable journalist and eloquent in public discourse. And you can see the fluency and the glib way he read out, audio projects that the governor seemed to have had in his mind as his achievement in the past 365 days. The truth of the matter is that the commissioner and I hail from the same Edo North. And as I speak to you now, he would need to borrow my road to be able to access his Okpela. He has to pass through Onwa, and I also hope that when he's passing there now, he will not be kidnapped. Because as we speak now, first in Auchi, which is the middle town between his and mine, we had Aisha, which video went viral, who was kidnapped and put in the bush, tortured. When the girl was shown on TV, it was heart-wracking and heart-rending, the way she was crying out from the torture and pains that she was suffering in the hand of these bandits and terrorists. And then the state governor refused to do anything about that. A private NGO intervened in that matter, mobilized the people, and then freed that girl. And the private NGO went public to say they had approached the state governor and the state government to help in the release of this girl, and they had done nothing about it. Just while they were releasing Aisha, they took in Joy Ayeni from my place. As I speak to you now, we don't know what has happened to Joy Ayeni. We just knew when she was captured and kidnapped. Nothing has been done. No statement has been made by the state government. There's a viral video just now. It came out just a couple of hours ago. I think yesterday, of a couple. The woman is pregnant, kidnapped also from a donor, precisely a place we call Aviele, just about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Auchi. They are in the den right now. 2 AK-47 are dangling in their heads. And the husband is crying out to Edo people and saying, my wife is pregnant. Please, they need, I think they were able to get 7 million. I think they need another 7 million. That's just for security. The previous government had left a command and control center in Ogida, where you could have a perfect surveillance of entire Benin City and most of the roads on our highways. We had set up a security architecture that was almost second to none. The governor himself is from Okwesan. It's from Ishaland. And Okwesan, a village in Ishaland, the head of the vigilante, a couple of weeks ago was kidnapped. So Edo is totally insecure. Hardly do people commute from one city to another, whether in Edo Central, where the governor comes from, or especially Edo North, where I come from, and Edo South. So I don't know where the whole idea of security came from. If we have all of this equipment and vehicles that Prince Afegba has read out, then they must still be housed in government house. And then let's come back to the economy. He says that the economy is growing and that the governor is investing in farming because a few days ago we saw some tractors refurbished, of course. You don't need to go close to them before you know that they were refurbished tractors, which the governor showed on television to pretend that he has any economic clue for agriculture. But here you have Presco, a multi-billion naira investment in Edo State, which preceded even the previous administration and this one. One of the two oil palm companies quoted in the stock exchange. The governor has been at loggerhead with that company, and the governor went and revoked their CFO. Now, after hue and cry from Edo people and backlash from civil society and everyone, the governor is just now denying and is trending in Edo State that he didn't revoke that land, and heads are rolling. Innocent people are being sacked from their jobs. Presco employs 2,000 people and directly and about 5,000 indirect jobs, and takes care of kilometers of communities around them. What the governor does is that it is trying to destroy the economy that it made.
Okay.
Now, and that is not surprising. Please ask the commissioner if they read the handover note of the previous administration. The previous administration had set up an unprecedented transition committee and asked the opposition, that is the APC that were incoming, to set up a committee. They both set up committees. We had everything the governor had done in soft copy. When they came to have only, they had to have only the first meeting. I remember then that the former deputy governor, right, the Honorable, Pius Tinubu, had commended what they saw, on the online copy. Now, because they wanted to set a situation where they would come up with estimates later, because the agenda that the governor was bringing was the agenda of vendetta, and they wanted to create an alibi for such vendetta of destroying whatever the governor had done in the previous time. They refused to attend any other meeting, and they refused to be shown or be briefed about what the previous governor has done. So, if you didn't read the transition committee copy, if you didn't transit, so to speak, because you didn't take inventory of what has been done, how do you know what has been done and what hasn't been done? Now, if we come to the area of education, which he also referred to, talking about fencing schools and
Mr. Jekere, I'd like for you to hold on to your line of thought, so that because we are going to take these things in the specifics. I wanted to start with insecurity or security, as the case may be. I would like to bring back Prince Afebua into this conversation. Now, Prince, on the issue of insecurity now, Mr. Jekere just reeled out, 2 cases of kidnaps. And there is one, I got information that a boss from Ovia West local government area traveling to Ughelli has been kidnapped in the past 8 hours or more. Are you aware of that information? What has the government done to rescue the kidnapped victims? What is the arrangement at the moment, to ensure that those people are brought out from the kidnappers then? Are you aware of that incident, by the way?
Let me first and foremost remind all of us that security intervention and issues are not subject of television debate when it has to do with kidnapping. And you don't expect us to begin to unfold in the public the efforts that are being put in place to geolocate incidences of kidnap with a view to rescuing the victims. And I say this with particular reference to the case of Aisha. The moment you make kidnapping to be a statecraft, it will now become a profession, the end of which you might not know. So I don't expect Ojekere to wanting the government to begin on television to be telling the efforts we made to rescue Aisha. The moment you start involving government in even payment of ransom, then you'll be grooming a Frankenstein disease that will consume the state, nay, Nigeria. So what I would rather remind him is the fact that we have invested in security, and each time there are incidences of kidnap, we make very bold steps to rescuing the victims. And we have litany of, cases to cite with respect to this.
Okay, but Commissioner, I'm sorry. I hate to butt in at this moment. I hate to butt in. You continue. I hate to butt in. You said something about anytime there is a kidnap, the government has its own strategy, which shouldn't be in the public domain. I agree with you, based on intelligence, security, risk, and all of that. But are there efforts by the government to ensure that these kidnappings don't even happen? Is the government being proactive to stop those kidnappings from happening? What efforts has the government done, to ensure that, look, the cases of kidnapping becomes a thing of the past? Are there strategies on ground?
See now, what you need in combating insecurity, whether kidnapping, crimes, and criminality, is a deliberate and conscious effort to intervene by providing the necessary logistics to help police, civil defense, DSS, to move around the state and respond to incidences. That's why I told you in specific terms that despite the fact that previous governments were unable to even procure brand new vehicles to help police and DSS and civil defense, we were able to procure 60 pieces of Hilux van vehicles delivered in public glare. Some people may choose to be blind to that, no problem. We have also bought vehicles over 300, nearing 400 numbers that we publicly gave. We didn't hide in giving them. Pictures don't lie, and we are not like the previous government that we pretend that they did something. He was reeling out incidences of kidnapping. The chairman of his party, Tony Azegbemi, was kidnapped right under their nose when Obaseki presided over the state. Aside from that, my own cousin, first cousin, Suleiman Afegba, former chairman, executive chairman of my local government, Esako East local government, was killed in a gruesome manner under Governor Obaseki when he was coming to Benin. My uncle, who was also kidnapped, died 7 days later. So when you are talking about kidnapping, I have been a victim, and it is not a thing that is cheering news to anyone. But to say that presently we have not made deliberate attempt to nip in the bud is to miss the point altogether. And what I am telling you is verifiable. The issues are verifiable. He mentioned quite a number of things and said they are audio. I think that word audio resonated perfectly under Obaseki administration. And I'm surprised that if Obaseki and Ojekere have done so much under the PDP arrangement in Edo, I wonder why he had to readjust his political affiliation to become a member of the ADC as we speak.
All right. Commissioner, we have a lot of grounds to cover. I don't want us to talk about personal political interests and all of that. I want us to talk about Edo State. I want us to discuss Edo State. Now, I had a guest on this show a few days ago, and I asked him about Edo State. And he told me, look, there is very serious issue of headers menace, former header clashes, like we call them, in Edo State. Commissioner, what are the proactive actions the government has done? Because it also impacts negatively on agriculture. And you said that the governor has done a lot in the area of agriculture, farms, and all of that. But if we continue to have farmer header clashes, do you think that the efforts of the government will build up the economy? So what efforts is the government making in collaboration with security agencies to make sure that the issue of farmer header menace is brought to an end in Edo State? I hear that I have farmer friends. One of our guest analysts is a farmer. He says he can't go to farm again. What are the issues there in Edo State?
Allow me to respond because your question is becoming more like discussion.
Okay.
You will have asked your guest where in particular did you have farmers herders clash. What I know happens are pockets of kidnapping here and there. That has become an existential challenge to us, both as a country and as a state. But to say that we are not making deliberate and conscious effort to nip it in the bud is to miss the narration altogether.
No, Commissioner, nobody has said that. I just asked a question.
No, let me learn. We don't have incidences of herders classes for a very long time.
Okay.
Since we took over government.
But in Edo State, are people going to farm freely? People in Edo State, are they going to farm freely?
People go to farm. I have relations that go to farm.
Okay.
Because we have Edo Security Corps personnel who are into bush combing. They comb the forest, they go into the forest, they comb, they also make arrests. Several of them. We are making a lot of inroads into nipping this crisis in the bud. That cannot be taken away from us. If you don't want to patronize us, it's a different thing. But to come to tell bogus lies is missing the point altogether.
No, excuse me, Commissioner. I didn't get your point.
We may not have provided all the answers.
Who is telling the bogus lies? I'm sorry, Commissioner. Who is telling the bogus lies, please? I want us to be clear on. We are on a national television. Who is telling the bogus lies?
You have a guest there now.
Okay.
He said we are doing audio projects.
Okay.
Because it was popular with them, but our own is verifiable. You can see the schools we have recovered. They can see it. They can feel it. So the money we are paid to Abu Salih, the arrears of salaries that we paid over 14 months is all known. You can go to the university and make inquiries. They will tell you. He can't deny the fact that Abu Salih was being paid 41 million naira subvention monthly, which we have taken to 500 million naira monthly.
Okay.
You can't deny that Edo University was being paid zero allocation. But we have introduced 250 million monthly. Okay. So, and we are sustaining all of this. You can't deny the fact that we have fixed quite a number of schools, supplied them with chairs and tables at a time that they told us that Edo Best has repositioned education in Edo State. They were paying Edo Best consultant 160 million naira from 2018 to 2024 before they left, and yet we had schools without roof, leaking roof, schools without tables and chairs, teachers inadequate. We only recruited 5,000 teachers recently, the ones they placed on casuals for 3 years. We recruited them. We have also injected new blood into the Edo civil service. That is not in doubt. So if they ran Edo using consultants and setting up about 41 agencies in that process, I would decide to use our civil service.
All right. Commissioner, I'm afraid we have a lot of grounds to cover, and so let's manage our time.
You are saying you have a lot of ground, but I needed to explain. Edo line.
We are still talking about insecurity.
We have bought 100 buses to start a new Edo line.
Okay, we'll come into business. Commissioner, we'll come into business. Let's save time. Before we leave insecurity, I would like for you to tell our audience what happened to the command situation room that was named after Solomon Arese. I understand that it's been shut down. Is that true?
The command center that was set up was not handed over to us. Okay. It's the police that is using it. We are not security experts now.
Okay.
Police will naturally use it if it is meaningful to them. That has nothing to do with us.
So it wasn't a Edo State government effort.
Listen to me now, Oga. When they opened it, they handed it over to police. Okay. Go and ask police whether they are using it, whether it is usable. It is not for us. It is not for me to be telling you that it's command. I'm not a policeman. Okay. I'm not telling you. All those kinds of boo-boo things that they make so much noise about. At the end of the day, when it comes to usage, they will naturally develop some phlegmatic.
Okay, so Commissioner, presently you don't know what is happening at the command center now. That's what you're saying.
Police officer, police will know better.
Okay, police will know better. Now, let's talk about the economy. We'll get into the roads because I also have an experience and I would like to ask questions about the road infrastructure in Edo State. What's happening to the Osiomo power plant? I understand that the government is having issues with it. I would like for you to clear the air on that. The Osiomo power plant.
Osiomo power plant it's an individual private company.
Okay.
We came on board, an asset verification exercise was set up, for which I was a member. We invited them to speak to us because of the information we have that Edo State government contributed to Osiomo power plant. And the man denied that there was no cover of Edo State government. But that they dedicated 33 kVA to government institutions and this thing. Out of this 33 kVA, they also connected University of Benin Teaching Hospital, OT Hotel, and quite a number of hotels that were connected to it. And at the end of the day, the state government was paying about 189 million every month to Osiomo in the name of consumption. And so when we came and said, if UBTS is connecting to Osiomo, OT is connecting, who collects the money? Osiomo said, yeah, they paid directly to them. Yet you are still charging us about 189. That's too bogus. So the governor said, if you can negotiate downwards, we'll patronize you. Otherwise, please call BEDC. Let's discuss with them. They can reduce the amount of money they'll be charging per wattage. Then we'll be able to compare. It's all about competition, and that is the beauty of both private sector driven and public sector driven platforms. So we got a good deal from the BEDC. And also, we install solar energy in government house and some other government institutions. And that's what happened. But then later, the Chinese company that originally owns Osiomo started complaining that they were not being paid dividends. And for that reason, since the man has not been paid them, that they wanted to take over their company. That is the last I heard about Osiomo.
Okay, now you have cleared that point. I appreciate that very well. Now, before we get into the road infrastructure in Edo State, I'd like for Chris Ojekere to I'd like for you to react to some of the comments made by the assertions made by the commissioners. Talk about the command center and the issue of Osiomo. You wanted to delve into business, and I stopped. But now we can talk on business. What's your take on the position of the commission and what they have done and what they are doing in Edo State?
It's frankness that they have no idea of the assets of Edo State. I mean, he doesn't even know anything about the command center, and he says it's not. So I'm very happy
the usage of command center is for the police.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Let him land.
No, he shouldn't misquote me. He shouldn't misquote me.
No, you have your time. You have your time for rebuttal.
Okay, so the command center was set up by the Edo State government. It was publicized and it started to function and was delivering results before they came on board. And it was one of those, investments and assets of the previous administration that was going to be handed over to them. As I said, they refused to participate in that transition committee after attending meeting just once. Now, he came out to tell you how the government is throwing money around, not having any sense of productivity, economy, and finance generation and funds generation. The government is just giving money to institutions. It's giving money to Ekpama, it's giving money to Iyamgo. It is buying vehicles nobody sees on the street. The vehicles are not functional, it's not doing any job. They seem to have forgotten that the primary purpose of government is to provide welfare and security. And so if you have named so many number of vehicles that are supposed to be dedicated to purposes of maybe security, agriculture, and we are not seeing the vehicles securing our people, then you can your guess is as good as mine where those vehicles are ended. Perhaps the bulletproof car that was bought for the APC chairman, was actually meant for security. The APC chairman is driving a bulletproof car now bought by the governor. Another APC chieftain, I don't want to name here, is driving a bulletproof jeep bought by the governor. The local government's imposed chairman in Edo State are all driving SUVs bought by the governor. So this is a governor that does not understand anything about creative economy. what they do is to receive subvention. And you remember that the subvention that they are now receiving from Abuja is triple the amount the previous government was receiving.
Okay.
And what they think
Mr. Jekere, unfortunately, we are out of time, so we have to manage the little time that we have and take few questions. I'd like for us to talk about infrastructure. Commissioner, I passed through Benin like 2 weeks ago, and when we got to, I used the roads. When we got to the bypass, we were warned, by vehicles coming on the reverse side not to approach the bypass because it was blocked. So we had to pass through Benin City. And when we got to Ramat Junction, where the governor is graciously constructing a flyover, we were trapped there for like 3 hours, 3 solid hours. I was traveling to Onitsha. And I asked, bypass is blocked, Ramat is blocked. Why is it that the governor, why couldn't your administration make sure that one of those free ways into and out of Benin City or Edo State will be free at some point? Why both of them blocked at the same time? Commissioner, can you hear me, sir? Hello, Commissioner, can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Where we have turned Edo State to a construction site.
Okay.
That is exactly what you're likely to observe, because the bypass you are talking about is presently being worked on. Go there daily, you see activities going on. The naturally a traffic gridlock area, reason why it was auspicious for us to introduce flyover. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Okay. So now, by the time we deliver on these projects, you have free flow of traffic. Let me quickly correct the impression being created by Ujekere with respect to Transition Committee. I was a member of the Transition Committee, and we attended meetings not once, not twice, with the state government, the transition of their own Transition Committee. But at each occasion, when they are doing presentation, they were boring us with literatures of inanities and bestialities that existed under their rulership. And each time we raise questions, they will present a very glowing picture of Edo, the same Edo that we were sitting in, that we drive around to see how terrible the road infrastructure have been in Benin, and to see the kind of decay in schools and hospitals. And so we will now begin to ask ourselves the question. You are giving us all this thematic focus, and all of that. We want to see practicality, things that have been done. You cannot be setting up consultancy agencies, 41 of them, to run Edo State as if we do not have civil service. To the point that even the chairman of their own procurement board wrote in the report that was handed over to us that contracts were being awarded without respect for due process. We interrogated about 62 contractors, road contractors under that government.
Okay.
And we concluded with verifiable facts and figures that they were owing 187 billion naira to contractors that was bequeathed to us.
All right, Commissioner, unfortunately,
on 705 billion.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. I would like for you to use 30 seconds, 1 minute, and tell the good people of Edo State what to expect in the coming years. At least your administration has 3 more years. What should Edo people expect?
We have set the right foundation for takeoff of proper governance, different from the Obubu Yaya that we inherited, all noise and no sparkle. And we are telling the Edo people that they can see for themselves on a daily basis what we are doing. We try to start the overhead bridge in Adesuwa, and the same opposition was telling us, why are you doing overhead bridge? Go and fix GRA roads. Where GRA roads gone bad just yesterday, they didn't go back. The previous government just 12 months ago. We inherited a state in decay, in rot. And that's why we are saying that, for God's sake, you can be a technocrat, but please come to equity with clean hands. Okay. Be able to show us what you have with your legacy projects. You cannot deny Osomole the fact that he did so much when he ran 8 years in office. We can point at legacy projects, but not so for the last 8 years.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
We are happy that the people aspirations and they are seeing the interventions we are making in the critical sectors of the Edo economy.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Ojekere, your concluding thoughts, sir. What Edo State people, what should they expect from their government in the next 3 years? 1 minute, sir. Hello, Mr. Ojekere, can you hear me? You need to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed. Hello, Mr. Ojekere, can you hear me? I need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir. 1 minute.
I would like to tell my brother, Prince Kazim Afeba, to use his experience to please teach the governor why he was elected. That the reason why he was elected was to provide welfare and security for Edo people, not to be seen in the news fighting the legacies that have been led by the previous administration. He's fighting MOA, he's fighting Presco, he was against the education hub that was set up at Iyaro. He's quarreling about the specialist hospital and the Stella Obasanjo hospital. He's everywhere. He has destroyed the technology set up to run the civil service. The insurance scheme set up by the last administration is no longer working. All he's doing is fighting. The 5,000 people he employed were people in training, teachers in training by the previous administration. He hasn't employed one of his own. He hasn't built any infrastructure. He's spending his entire life building, flyover as if that itself translates to productive economy.
All right, Mr. Ojekere, unfortunately, this is where we have to end this conversation. It's been a very robust conversation, and I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, and I hope that we can do this some other time, probably quarterly as time permits. Well, I've been speaking with Prince Kasim Afebua. He's the Edo State Commissioner for Information, presently Substantive Commissioner for Information. And Mr. Chris Ojekere, a human rights activist and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate your presence on Political Lens.
God will forgive him.
All right. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I'm Chukwu Makoro. Up next is Issues with Nena and Dimdioto. Please do join us again. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from federal government declaring national emergency on security, to Atiku firing back at APC, urging them to focus on their aging leaders. Also, Nigeria condemns Guinea-Bissau's coup, calls for swift return to democracy. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government under President Bola Tinubu has declared a nationwide security emergency in response to the escalating wave of mass abductions and bandit attacks across the country. Under the emergency decree, the police and the army have been authorized to recruit thousands of additional personnel. The government has also called on the national legislature to review laws to allow state-level policing while where needed, and directed security agencies, including forest guards, under the Department of State Services to intensify operations to flush out bandits hiding in forests. Meanwhile, religious leader Matthew Ashimolowo has urged Nigerians to rally behind Tinubu's administration and support the security initiative, emphasizing unity and collective responsibility during this critical period. Ashimolowo called on citizens to remain vigilant and cooperate with security agencies, stressing that the success of the crackdown depends not just on government action, but also on public solidarity and participation. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He's a seasoned journalist and a senior analyst. Joining us virtually is Ibrahim Momo, who will be joining us later on during the show. Let's come to you first, sir. The declaration of its national emergency on security. What's your take on that?
Well, let me say that it's like almost late in coming, and but never late. It's better late than never, and so we have been grappling with insecurity, and the toll is enormous. A lot of people have died. A lot of people have been displaced. A lot of people are missing, and so it is high time we began to take stock and began to find solution to some of these issues. You know, it's multidimensional now. You have kidnapping for ransom, which is the business. You have banditry. You have terrorism and many other violent crimes bedeviling the nation. And it's so funny that it's peculiar to certain area, you know. And so it got to a point that the American government had to issue a threat, and to the ridiculous extent that some people arranged foreigners to protest on our behalf in America, you know, that is not genocide. But for me, the federal government has taken the right decision by issuing the state of emergency so that there will be concentration on how to solve this problem. Now, part of that is the withdrawal of over 100,000 policemen. You can imagine the total number of policemen in service today is around 370. Now, you have less than 0.05% Nigerians holding on to 30% of our workforce, our police force. I mean, it's ridiculous to the extent that even pastors who preach to us that we should look unto God for our safety now parade all over the place with soldiers, mobile policemen. You see, anti-riot policemen are not meant for protection. They are meant to quell riots. They are specially trained to withstand tough situations. But you see them carrying bags for big men. You see a Yahoo boy having 4 policemen fully armed, some with 3 magazines in their AK-47 rifle. It's marks of irresponsibility to even do such things. How could you, in your right senses, give security to somebody who should be arrested by the security in the first place? That's how bad it was. I just hope, because I understand that they have been running to the force headquarters now to find out if they are classified among those that their security should be withdrawn. Let them go to, as a matter of fact, in other crimes, if you are not politically exposed to a certain level, nobody gives you government security. You arrange your own private security on your own. And these people, they are the first to condemn inaction on insecurity, yet those who should fight insecurity are in their closet, they are in their bedroom. So that's a good step by the federal government, and I want to implore the federal government, as represented by the Inspector General of Police, Betokun, that he should not back down on this. Let them go out. Because even civil defense, they are not supposed to be private security. They were established to protect critical government infrastructure. and not pastors, not imams, not Yahoo boys, not money misroad. So that's done. Now, when you declare a state of emergency, there is higher concentration of security in that area. And the fundamental human rights is somewhat abridged to some extent to allow security agents to really work on how to bring down the level of insecurity in the country. So it's a good thing that the federal government is doing that, and I'm happy that it's coming when it's not too late. But perhaps one may want to say that maybe the intervention of the American government through President Trump maybe woke them up from their slumber. But then, whatever it is a welcome development.
Okay, so talking about the withdrawal of the policemen from the VIPs, some of the lawmakers actually begged or are saying or are pleading to the president that they should not, that this directive should, the police orderlies should not be taken from them, because the bandits are actually also threatening them. What do you make of this?
Now, you see, when push gets to shove, this is what happens. When they were far away from the heat, they were paying lip service to human lives in the chambers, either state or federal. But now, the heat is on them. Let them now move freely. After all, we voted for them. Why should they be afraid of us? Let them go to their constituency and begin to talk. The policeman that my tax, your tax, is used to pay. They are now forcing them on us, harassing us. Have you ever encountered some of these people on the road? The way they push, shove, use whips to beat people. Then, now they should feel the heat. Let them go and get Aboki or OPC to guard them. That's the way I see it. So government should not, except for the principal officers, like the Senate President, his deputy, like the chief whip, the leader of the House of Reps, the Senate, Speaker, House of Assembly, those ones, they may be entitled. But then, ordinary member of the floor, that, who knows him? The last time he visited the constituency was after the election. Now, they will be gathering money to come back again next year, to come and bamboozle their constituents, and then take another 4 years, run back to Abuja, and begin to enjoy their loot. So let them feel the heat. Let them now know that Jimmy Cliff that died 3 days ago, he said, who feels it knows it. Now let them feel it and then know it, so that when they go into that chamber, they will now know that they must make laws that will seek to protect you and I and the downtrodden. Not that it's only when they want to do appropriation that concern National Assembly budget that they will pass within 24 hours. But the one that concerns us, look at state police. Since the inception of this administration, they went for Council of State meeting 3 times. They made sure that they put it at the last number on the agenda. And before they got to that point, they said they were too tired. And they also rolled it over to another meeting. The Council of State meeting is supposed to be a quarterly meeting. So for about 3 meetings now, they have not touched state police. Whereas this is something that is at the heart of insecurity in this country that can solve part of this insecurity problem. Yet they sat there because they are secured. You have members of the National Assembly taking, in fact, while they are in Abuja, some are also guarding their wives in their constituency. And anytime the wife wants to go to the market, one of them will carry bag for madam. If it's raining, carry umbrella. Is that the work they are trained to do? So go and look for your own security. We are not going to use our taxpayers' money to provide security for you.
You know, you mentioned the issue of state police, and that is one of the questions I was going to ask. But okay, since you already brought it up, let me just ask it. So the need for state police, of course, we know it's been brought to the fore this period. I was going to ask that, what's your opinion on, is the state police and the way to go? That's one aspect of it. And then what do you think has actually stalled state policing, or the creation of state police for so long in Nigeria?
You see, those who behead others will never allow a strand of metal, not to talk of sword, around them. What they are saying is state police will be abused, which means you had the intention of abusing if you get there. Why are we not abusing federal police? And if you are saying we would abuse state police, that is the only minus you can put up as argument. But what about, look, there are so many things that state police can do. In your village, imagine if your brother is the DPO of the divisional police headquarters in your community, and there is a crime. That's your brother or your sister, because he grew up in that community. He or she knows the bad boys, and he knows once the victim explains the modus operandi of that particular gang, the DPO will know where to go fish them. He has relationship with the traditional ruler. But imagine somebody who is from Adamawa is posted to your community. Even the first problem we'll have is it will take a while for the members of the community to even trust him, not to talk of giving him information. And then if he now has the trust of the community, does he understand the terrain of the community? The DPO that grew up in your community knows the village stream, knows new people that are entering the community, and he knows how to monitor them. And criminals don't want to be identified. So because they know the DPO knows them, is he not a son of Okechukwu? He's a bad boy. In fact, they will even invite him as soon as he becomes the DPO. Okechukwu, I will not tolerate you giving me problem in this community. If you are not ready to change your ways, pack your load, go to elsewhere where they don't know you. But can somebody from Adamawa do that? No. He doesn't. In fact, if he sees Okechukwu, he doesn't know him until he commits crime. So rather than being reactive, you will be proactive. You understand? And so, apart from that, intelligence gathering is easier for somebody from a particular community policing the community. And if there is any present danger because of his emotional attachment and the bond he has with that community, all the traditional needs to do is we learned that some terrorists had said they are coming to our community. What do we do? If it is Otumoko, it will be involved. If it's prayer, it will be involved. If it's making sure that the route where they will come through, he will plant his men there. And for days, they may be there without anybody knowing in the community. And at the end of the day, what is paramount is to ensure that crimes are not committed to decimate the community. So why would you now not want state police to happen? So state police is the way to go.
Okay. Our guest is in now. We have our guest join us virtually from Benin City, Comrade Momo, Ibrahim Momo. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you for joining us. So let's allow you way into this discussion. So we've been talking about the development of the state of emergency, or rather a national security emergency in response to the escalating wave that has been declared by our President Bola Tinubu. He has declared a nationwide security emergency in response to the escalating wave of mass abductions and bandit attacks across the country. Do you see this as a step in the right direction?
Yes, in one word, I would say a resounding yes. It is the right step in the right direction. I say that because, government exists primarily for the provision of security of lives and properties of the populace. That's the only purpose for which, the basic purpose for which the state, to do for the people what they ordinarily cannot do for themselves. It is not government business to feed the people, to clothe them, to educate them, to ferry them from one location to another. It is not government business to do every other, but what the government owes the people is the provision of security of lives and property. So, so far, it appears that the government has been failing in that very basic, very important responsibility, and now it is beginning to wake up to the reality. Especially, and what pains me most is that, especially, is the fact that it appears that it is Trump's attempt at infringing on Nigeria's sovereignty, Nigeria's national, interest, that is the elixir to jolt the government into action. Coupled with the fact that there are some violent non-state actors, fifth columnists, and other, violent entrepreneurs who are cashing in on the seeming confusion currently pervading the system because of the Truth Social posts by Donald Trump, seeking to come into Nigeria, apparently to try to stop what he calls a Christian genocide that is ongoing. So, on the whole, I think, just to say the way I started that, it's a right step in the right direction. The declaration of a state of emergency, violent attacks, is something I applaud the president for. And I also hope that all these are governors and local government chairmen and all other public office holders who are collecting security votes. Because even I'm seeing governors seemingly looking up to the president. The president is one man in one location, somewhere in Aso Rock in Abuja. It is also the governors are collecting, some governors take over ₦1 billion monthly as security votes. At least 2 states in Nigeria have a security vote over ₦1 billion monthly. Some are in the regions of hundreds of millions. What is it that you are using this security, quote unquote, security vote for if you're not securing the lives and property of the people? These are issues that, so I think that not only, my submission is that not only is it important for governments to take this right step in that direction, it's also pertinent, very important that even other sub-nationals, state governors, local government chairmen, and other public officials who have that, analogous, security votes must ensure that they play their actual part in using those votes, those security funds, those funds meant for security to secure the life and property of the people. This is my take.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade Ibrahim, for that. Okay, this former Kaduna Central Senator Shehu Sani has called on the federal government not only to prioritize, of course, one of the things that the president has said during the statement yesterday, that he was going to prioritize all the military and the police should recruit more personnel. But Senator Shehu Sani is also saying it's not just about prioritizing the recruitment of these people, should also deploy them to their state of origin. According to him, he said, when personnel are sent to their state of origin, it helps them, or is the best way to fight terrorism. What do you think about this?
Well, I beg to differ. I beg to disagree. with all due respect, Sheikh Sani, well, very, renowned civil rights activist. But you see, Nigeria as it is now lacks, with all due respect, most Nigerians lack a sense of nationalism. Everybody is very big on primordial sentiments. You see that when we talk about security issues in Nigeria, we reference them in line with our primordial sentiments. They use religion, they use ethnicity, and what still tribalism, as a reference point. For example, you hear things like Fulani headsmen, maybe it's a way of criminalizing all Fulanis, for example, because indeed not all Fulanis are headers, But because as it was then, the president then was a Fulani. More than that, that's my thinking. It's not only with the Fulanis. You see, when you go to security issues in Benue State, it is tribal based. You go to Taraba State, it is tribal based. You go to even the Southeast, it is tribal. Generally, the challenge of security that we are facing in this country are tribal based, and it is not interstate per se. It is tribal. That is so. If, for example, most Nigerian states, have more than one ethnic nationalities residents. There's no state that is ethnic. Yeah, only one ethnic group residing. It's no state. So when you do this, that is my thinking. That when you do, if we listen to Sheikh Sani, for example, the challenge is that if, for example, if in case in a place where the thief and the Jukuns, are at loggerheads, or the Fulanis and the where does the head of Boko Haram, I'm trying to remember its ethnic nationality, Kanuris. The Fulanis and the Kanuris, they are located in one state, for example, and you choose one, you only end up deepening those divides rather than resolving it. Because the truth is that if we really look at it, most crises in Nigeria are colored by all this primordial sentiment, religion, ethnicity, and what still tribe. So if we do that, I think that we should build a Nigerian police rather than except maybe the states themselves now want to implement. But the Nigerian police should be Nigerian police, like National Guard in the US. National Guard. It's not a California National Guard or Missouri National Guard or New York National Guard. No, it is the National Guard of the United States of America. So I don't really buy that Nigerian police should be recruited and sent to their own state. That is not the best way. Even if we have intelligence, if we are big on intelligence, if the security services develop their intelligence capability, I think some of these benefits that quote unquote you might want to see in deploying people to their own states will be maybe overcome more with intelligence rather than localizing security services within their officers within their states. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Let me just come in.
Okay.
Doctor, what we are saying is that the state police is different from federal police. In fact, in US that you referenced, there's county police, which is equivalent to our local government police here.
True.
So, state police would have its responsibility. Federal offenses will be handled by federal police. And if there is any uprising, the state police would handle it. And when it becomes too heavy on the logistics and the paraphernalia of a state police, the federal police will come. And that's why you have it that's the way you have it in the US. State police handle some of those issues within the state. But when it comes to something that is of national importance, that is selling the national, the country at national level, then the federal guard comes in, and the FBI comes in for investigation. But we need state police. It's not as if anybody that is recruited in the Nigerian police force, either federal or state, will be kept. We tried it once, if you recall, during Obasanjo's regime, when they were championing community policing, where DPOs were sent to their local government areas. But it didn't make much impact. But we're talking about, let's have 3 layers of police. We have had it in this country before, during the First Republic, where you have special constabulary, you have the local government police, and then you have the federal police. So that's what we are saying. That's the model we are looking at.
Okay.
Well, if I could just again come in, if you don't mind me, come in. I think I agree with the guests in the studio about the need to decentralize our police system. Nigeria, for crying out loud, is a federal state, which the idea of federalism is that power is shared between a center and federating units. I don't see why policing, for example, should be a unitary responsibility or a unitary legislative duty. Whereas security ought to be coordinated, shared between between the central government, the federal government, as it were, and subnational states and local government. So yes, the question was not around the need for state or community policing. I am very big. In fact, I've done at least 3 papers on the push for community policing as a way out of our security challenges. So I'm every bit about state police and community policing. But the question I thought I was asked, and to which I responded to, was that the Nigerian police that is going to be recruited should be deployed to their state. No, Nigerian police should remain Nigerian police. Whereas we can indeed now have, correctly as you have put it, state police. This is the time for state police more than any other time. The challenges of security in Nigeria cannot be resolved in Abuja. The challenges in Potiskum, the challenges in Yenagua, the challenges in Agadebode, the challenges in Jalingo. You want to resolve everything now. It's impossible to do that. Impossible to do. Because if we have community policing, these are these issues that we are facing. The Nigeria is not only a federal state, it's also in 36 states. Nigeria also has what do you call it now? The 774 local government, and indeed about 106,000 constituencies, wards in the entire 106,000. So if we had community policing, we had state police, some of these security challenges ordinarily would have been effectively tackled. So yes, I agree with you around the devolution of policing in the country. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you for that. The lawmakers had also condemned the act of negotiating with these bandits. Let me come to you first, Mr. Daly. This act of negotiating with the bandits, we saw the case of these, the abductees or the kidnapped persons who were released. And then Bayo Ononuga is saying, or it's been said in some quarters, that there was no ransom paid. People are saying, okay, if there's no ransom paid, how come we're not seeing any of these abductors apprehended? How come we not see any of them being killed? And then they get to release these the kidnapped victims. So what do you think about this act of negotiating with bandits that we get to see oftentimes?
You see, at some point in my career as a young reporter, I've been embedded in operations by the police. You see, I can hazard a guess to the scenario that may have played out during this rescue operation. You see, those bandits would effectively use those innocent children as human shields. And at the point of negotiation, they may not be close to those bandits. And of course, those bandits would have motorbikes to ride through the terrain. So what they will effectively do is, in the course of negotiation, they will say, okay, in the next 30 minutes, come to so location. You'll find your people that you have come to rescue there. And within those 30 minutes, they would have absconded and they would just meet those victims where they are just there stranded and then pick them. In that case, you will not see anybody to attack. You will not see anybody to kill. You understand? And because even the bandits, they don't want to die too. They also want to preserve their lives. So that scenario may play out. That's why, even while a lot of people are saying, they must have paid. one, they could show them superior firepower. I mean, show the bandits superior firepower. And once they see that they are closing in on them, and they feel that engaging them will be futile, engaging the Nigerian police or soldiers will be futile, they will have to plan an escape route. And then they would rather leave their victims and then run into the bush, because he who, how do they say it?
He who lives to fight. He who lives to fight, or
who runs away,
lives to fight, lives to fight again.
Something like that. So they would rather preserve their own life, flee, and then regroup. So, but you see, what becomes worrisome in all of this is that there are different cells now. As those particular group were releasing their victims, another group was also kidnapping. So it's like you have about 20 rats in the house, and you have only one cudgel. How many of them can you kill at the same time? So that's why this emergency thing is apt, and that's why we need state police. You'll be surprised. I have seen it happen. You see, most of the things I say here are product of first-hand experience. I covered police for about 10 years in my formative years. Do you know that some of these so-called bandits that are kidnapping, if you arrest them, you will find out that some members of that particular community are part of them. They will dress like Fulani. The other day, they kidnapped somebody in Ekiti, and they were able to run them up. I think one vulcanizer by the roadside, close to the man's house, when he was apprehended. By the time they removed the veil and everything, he discovered that it was the vulcanizer close to the victim's house. But if it was not caught, they would say it was Fulani. I am not holding forth for Fulani, but that is the dynamic of this. Because today, when last did you hear of armed robbery incidents? Most armed robbers have transformed to kidnappers, because it pays them to kidnap than do robbery. Because in this cashless society, when last did you have up to 100,000 naira in your house? I doubt if you ever do. But you may have about 10 million naira in your small card. So it becomes very cumbersome, and the withdrawal limit on your card is maybe 100,000 per day. So if an armed robber comes to your house, the maximum you could get is 100,000. So that same armed robber that has transformed to a kidnapper can take as much as 10 million naira within the space of when he's supposed to be robbing in your house, that is even exposed to risk. So it has its own different dimensions.
Okay, let me come to you, comrade. A renowned clergyman, Matthew Ashimolo, was asked Nigerians to stand with the president during this time. In his words, he said, Nigeria needs a turnaround. Let's stand behind our president now that he has called for more policing, more soldiers. Let's raise the security level, make our people proud to be Nigerians. What do you make of this statement?
Well, first is to say that I feel a bit encouraged nowadays that some, at least not all, some of our religious leaders are beginning to repreach the spirit of nationalism. You know, I have always heard this view, because I have a background in political science, I'm a political scientist. I've always had the view that the greatest challenge Nigerian faces is the lack of nationalism, the national ethos among our people. You see, for example, Americans, they are very divided when it comes to politics. You see the United Kingdom, very divided when it comes to politics. You see every other country, what they do first is that maybe they attack the person in power, they impugn his integrity, his personality. They also attack the opposition political party or whatever. But rarely would you see them talk down on their country. Listen to every other citizen of every other place. But when you come to Nigeria, particularly our religious leaders. So because people listen to everybody is either in the mosque on a Friday for the Juma service, or is in church on Sunday for church service. So they wield a very strong, influence over the populace. But very often, our religious leaders tend to misuse this power that the pulpits or the mimbar has given them. They tend to misuse or misapply it, and that's why I feel encouraged. I'm a Muslim for crying out loud, just to put out there. But when I hear people like Matthew Ashimolowo, talking differently from the the usual practice, you see what is now the norm. When you are hearing, you see religious leaders who are playing politics, who are partisan, literally. In the course of politics, they are taking sides rather than preaching, in the message among various religions. No, it's not only Christians, not only Muslims. I've seen them do it. So in fact, even recently, I saw the kind of attack on Twitter that Matthew Asan Kuka, Catholic Archbishop of I think is it Kaduna or Sokoto? So I saw the kind of backlash he received. Because he spoke out that there's actually he didn't believe that there was a Christian genocide in Nigeria. I thought that, so you see that these persons, even daring to even speak up, on the nationalistic in their sermon, is going to bring a lot of backlash. But some of them are still standing up, standing on what is right. And so I commend them basically, when I hear people like Matthew Ashimolowo of KICC or Catholics, Matthew Asan Kuka, amongst others, speak, because the challenges we face, all the politicking we are doing, the security challenges we are facing, they don't have an ethnic or religious or tribal. It's not. There's no 50,000 naira. There is no 50,000 naira bag of rice for an Igbo man, and then a 10,000 naira bag of rice for an Hausa man. There is no 25,000 naira bag of beans for a Muslim, and then 170,000 naira bag of beans for. So the same market, they make the same challenge: security, inflation, whatever. So I think that basically I commend Ashimolowo and others who are nationalistic in their opinion. Yeah, that's my point, actually.
Okay, thank you. Let's come to you, Dr. Fanimo and Mr. Fanimo. What role should religious leaders play in shaping public sentiment around national security?
You see, as a religious leader, a lot of people look up to you to shape their destiny, even to the ridiculous extent that if the wife decides to frown, they run to the pastor. Pastor, I don't know what I've done to my wife that she's now frowning. So that is how basic the role is. And the pastor or imam or sheikh carries enormous power that are latent, that if you are not careful, a misuse of that power could ignite a lot of crisis. So a religious leader should be nationalistic in outlook. A religious leader should wear the toga of a statesman who sees things from the prism of the whole and not a fraction. A religious leader should not be seen to be partisan. You may have your own bias. I love PDP, I love APC, but that should be personal to you, not for you to come to the pulpit, because every member of that church cannot belong to the same society or political party or any strata you can imagine. So most of the time, in some places, religious leaders determine and shape where the followers will go. Check in the north. Most riots starts after Friday Jumat. Because that's when the sheikh or the imam will instigate. And once they're out of that place, the next thing is Allahu Akbar. And they go all out. When Kwakwanso was governor of Kano State, why they still love him till today is the fact that throughout his tenure, there was no religious uprising. And how did he do it? Because we went into it to investigate how he was able to achieve that. You know what happened? This is a man that he had about a huge sum of money kept aside for this sheikh and imams. Now, he started paying them monthly some stipends with a proviso that anybody that religious uprising emanates from his domain automatically forfeits these monthly stipends. And it was huge, you know. So, when there is any crisis in an adjoining state, the sheikh will rally all the imams and say, look, don't preach and don't allow. And that was how he was able to maintain peace. And that is the essence of security vote, which some of our governors abuse today. So, coming back to your question, a clergy man, either Muslim or Christian or even the traditional list, must be able to rise above primordial sentiments. Must be, for instance, if there is a national discourse, the outward position of a cleric should be nationalistic, even when he has his own bias. That is the only way we can maintain peace and growth in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar sharply rebuked the All Progressive Congress, APC, particularly its Lagos State chapter, telling them to stop policing his political affiliations and instead worry about the age of their own leaders. Atiku's response follows criticism from the party over his recent move to join the African Democratic Congress, ADC, a move the APC's Lagos chapter derided as another sign of his political restlessness. In a statement by his media office, Atiku argued that while his own life and political record are public and well documented, the APC has leaders well past 90 years old still clinging to power, yet they criticize him for making strategic political moves at 79. He accused the party of hypocrisy, selective memory, asserting the party hopping in a democracy is legitimate, while identity fraud, which he implied characterized some in the APC, is the real problem. Let's quickly have your take, Comrade Ibrahim, on this Atiku statement. What's your take on Atiku's statement, and what's your view about Atiku's move to the ADC?
Well, it is political brickbats, you know, at its finest. It's open season. So I'm enjoying the brickbats. It's all in the spirit of, you know, competitive democracy. You know, it is democracy at its finest. You know, where people try to talk down. You know, when you watch Parliament in the UK, this is all you see. Especially when Rishi Sunak, current Prime Minister, and Kemi Badenoch, they are digging it out. You know, it's always, you know, worst case scenario pointing. And I think though it's a bit interesting, the brickbats, it's also unnerving too. Yeah, while I kind of wave it off as a part of that is the character, you know, of politicians, you know, to engage in this mudslinging and exchanging banters. It's also critically worrying, with all due respect, that what we have on offer, it's mudslinging. You know, we're not seeing arguments or contestations around policies. We're not saying, bring salvos being thrown, on the level of policy or programs. It's not even about the way forward for the people. It is more about personal attack.
Okay.
Much younger in life, there's this line we used to hear that small people discuss themselves. Average people discuss others. Big people discuss. Great people discuss ideas. I think that why it is okay that we have this kind of contestation, this kind of arguments across board. It is more important for me that it should be based on issues, based on politics, policies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's quickly come to the studio. Sir, do you think the APC has said that Atiku's move to ADC is a political restlessness? What do you make of this? In 1 minute, we're actually out of time already. But
just like Comrade Momo said,
just
it's their way of politicking. But as long as it's still verbal attack on each other, it's still within the realm of politics, so we can tolerate that. Let it not degenerate to something much more than just verbal breakbacks.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Comrade Ibrahim Momo, all the way from Benin City, and thank you very much, sir, for being a part of the show.
Pleasure.
You're welcome. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's always a pleasure to have you join us. Now, this is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Lots of things to talk about today. Yeah, and most of them are going to be follow-ups, to a number of hashtags we've been going through right from the beginning of the week, right? So, if this is your first time joining us, I say us because I'm not flying solo. If this is your first time, guys, accept a very warm welcome from us. Hi, Ikechukwu.
Good evening, Vivian.
Yeah.
Good evening to our viewers. I'm Ikechukwu Ago. I mean, like Vivian said, this is where it gets all things topical and all things trending. Of course, we cut across every facet of life, politics, it could be entertainment, it could even be lifestyle, and sports in some cases. And trust me, you never want to miss this episode. Like she said also, it's going to be a follow-up of a lot of trends that we've actually dealt with in the past. Vivian, let's get the ball rolling.
All right, so we begin with hashtag Senator Seriake Dixon. Seriake Dixon is a former governor of Bayelsa State who is also a sitting senator. He was blowing hot in the Senate and he told his colleagues, please stop saying President Tinubu is doing so well. This was coming on the heels of the likes of Senator Adams Oshomole, who was saying, oh my gosh, that President Tinubu should be commended and all. But then Seriake Dixon was talking to the Senate president as well as all of his colleagues to say that they should tell President Tinubu the truth that things are not well with Nigeria and they should stop the commendation. He was really emphatic about it. And he put up a post just yesterday. This happened yesterday. He put up a post almost immediately because there was a drama. His mic was put off at some point. He wasn't allowed to finish his statement, and that's got people talking online, right? So he put up a post and also a video. This is him doing journalism for himself. So I take it to X now. It is hashtag Senator Dixon. Let's see that post. Thank you. Henry Seriake Dixon says, this is a title now. Insecurity, let's tell President Tinubu the truth, not commendation. Today, that is yesterday, the Senate had an elaborate discussion on the security situation in the country, which has worsened in the last few weeks. When the Senate president recognized me to speak, I started by reminding him how I raised this issue with him a couple of days ago and the need for us to work together. I added that it was good the matter had come up by a way of emotion. I felt that the deterioration of the security situation in most communities, the killings and abductions, and even the killing of soldiers and officers, one of them the rank of brigadier general, and the way terrorists are abducting students, with bandits attacking several states at the same time, are situations that even nations at war do not even experience. Therefore, the matter should be examined with all the seriousness it deserves. Let's continue to take a look at the post. The next one. So this is the concluding part of the post. He said, I stated that it is very clear that not only our democracy is under threat, but the nation itself is being reduced, belittled, and threatened. I also disagreed with the approach and tone of the motion and some of the comments from members of the majority party who, in my view, were unnecessarily political. That, in my view, did not match the seriousness of the issue. At this point, the Senate president did not allow me to conclude my comments. But what I was saying was that, yes, I have said several times, the entire nation is under attack and we must all unite to address this challenge. I do not agree with the request in the motion, supported by the majority of speakers from the majority party, that the president and the government should be commended. I disagree with it. Take a listen, guys.
Bayelsa West, and I rise to make a brief contribution to this discussion on a very serious issue. Yesterday, you will recall, Mr. President, that out of concern, I raised this issue with you, and you said this motion was being considered. So I'm happy that the deputy leader has brought this. But let me observe, just as the way Senator Abaribe also touched on that briefly. Please, this is one of the most trying periods that our country is facing. Even in battle times, in war times, it's not easy to lose a brigadier general. It's not easy to lose a brigadier general. Even in battle times, it's not easy to see this mass of communities being displaced, harassed, taken hostage, and people killed in several parts of our country. Our democracy, right before our eyes, is being rubbished. Our country, right before our eyes, is losing prestige and respect, and is endangered by the day. So this is a very serious motion. And I want to briefly object to the way and manner some of the comments from the other side have been on this very serious issue. This is the Senate of the Federal Republic.
Sorry,
no,
please.
I'm coming. Let me make my views, please.
You will learn, but which other side? There is only
No.
There is only one
The
side.
mover of the motion, I'm coming. Before I say, please. The mover of the motion talked about.
This was Senator Dixon.
So that was me waving at my director to come back to me because, I mean, I don't know what was happening in there. So, hey, guys, ignore that totally. So that was Senator Seriake Dixon who was saying that President Tinubu shouldn't be commended, you know, over what's happening and all. And his mic was put off. Then he was asked, when you said the other side, what do you mean? Do you think he was referring to the APC? Because in his post, he said the majority party. And the majority party in the Senate will be the APC now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
absolutely, that's exactly what he's saying. And the Senate president is actually looking at this from the point that we are all representative of the country, and there should be nobody who should actually be seen, you know, as, you know, the nation doesn't have to see us as a divided house, right? We're taking a position, and this position has to do with, you know, our collective voice, and whatever it is we are saying as one house. So for him to use the word a divided house, I mean, for him to use the word, it signifies that the house is actually already divided.
Did he say divided house? No, he just said the other side.
That's what I'm saying. If you use the other side, that means you are saying the house is divided in voice.
Well, he did not necessarily say that. Let's not add to what
the other side.
Well, he said the other side. But in his post, he mentioned categorically the majority party, and I take it that's the APC. He also seized the opportunity to tell his, you know, constituents on X that he disagreed with the way the motion was raised and the unseriousness that was attached to it. So let's see how you want to say something.
Yeah, I mean, this is the part of the whole, you know, security issues that we have that I don't like. It is glaring what we have. We have a very big problem in our hand. This is not the time to play politics. Call the president, make him understand. If he's not getting the memo, if he's not getting the right briefing, call him, make him understand. This is a reality situation. This is not the time to start singing praises and saying, president is the best thing out of sliced bread. The president may actually not even be doing, sincerely, sometimes these people in power, you know, they're actually gagged, they're sort of caged, you know, from getting the right information, right? Sometimes they also get it and then some other person come and say, Mr. President, it's not as bad as, you know, what you actually get.
Yeah,
you know.
but I'm thinking, when the Senate president was saying, which other side? He wanted him to say stuff, but the Seriake Dixon did not come out to say this was what he meant by the other side. At that point was when his mic was put off. Do you think his mic really was put off because of the trajectory, really?
Of course.
Narrative
Yes, it was the trajectory. But I think for me, I would have allowed the Senate president, if I ask you what other side, I would have allowed you finish your statement. But
before he asked?
No, he asked what other side.
Yes.
Right? I would have allowed him to continue after I asked what other side. But you heard the Senate president.
But he didn't say anything.
He wanted to start a statement. The Senate kept asking the same question. What other side? Perhaps he just wants, you know.
He wanted an answer.
But he would have given an answer. Perhaps he wanted to actually, you know, lay the ground before he gives his answer. Or maybe he wants to say, okay, the other side I actually meant is actually these people actually who raised the motion, people in your party.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was perhaps where it was actually.
And the thing is, it looks like netizens are sympathetic, you know, with Senator Seriake Dixon. So I take you back to X now so you see the reactions. Yeah, so WCRLO.org says, oh, that will be women at Women Rights ORG. Okay. Says, we saw how they muted your microphone to stop you from speaking against the inactiveness and the National Assembly against the killings going on in the country. May God protect your life. That's a double portion of blessing, I think. Then Lacuna says, I'm very proud of you, sir. I am moved by your final word. The fact that you are in the minority must not stop you from having a say. The Senate president might have frustrated you from speaking truth to power, but thank God that we Nigerians can hear you here loud and clear. A Little Kindness says, God bless you, sir. Keep speaking up because Nigerians are seeing your efforts. The Senate president is doing everything to suppress you all, but this is the time for people to stand up for Nigeria. The Senate chamber has never been this bad in the history of Nigeria. And Kadede says, but he was fast asleep at the meeting he held with the service chief, or was that AI? Do you blame anyone calling Nigeria a disgraced country? It's terrible where Nigeria finds itself, and this president knows where the buck stopped because he told Jonathan. Now, let's take a look at what one of the respondents said about Senator Seriake Dixon being in the minority.
Yeah.
That would be the second.
Post.
Lacuna.
The response.
The
yes,
second
lacuna.
response. That would be lacuna.
Mm-hmm.
That thing that flashed on the TV confused me a little bit. We have not gotten to that hashtag. That's supposed to be hashtag Kogi. If the technical team can work with me, I'll appreciate it. Thank you. So Lacuna says that Seriake Dixon is in the minority, meaning the PDP is the minority because Seriake Dixon is of the PDP and the Senate president is of the APC. So I think this thing about the other side is between the APC and the PDP. So it looks like what, let's circle back to what you were saying earlier on. That looks like there's division in the Senate.
Absolutely.
I mean, since yesterday, senators have been blowing hot and cold. We saw Senator Barry saying, look, President Tinubu, you need to step up. Call the army to investigate the people that had called off the troops before the abduction. And then we saw the senator representing KB South who said, look, we know who they are. Let's walk the talk. And so this talk is continuing. It looks like stuff is happening in the red chamber.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know that in democracy, they always say the minority will have their say and the majority will have their way. And that's exactly what's playing out now. And the PDP and other political parties within the red chamber, even within the National Assembly, are very well in the minority. Even if they add their numbers, they cannot upturn whatever the APC agrees, on the floor of the National Assembly. Sadly so. And that's exactly why Seriake Dixon is actually raising the motion. He was saying that, the other side, because he understands that, yes, there's always different sides when it comes to raising a motion, on the floor of the National Assembly. And at this point, really, for me, I don't think this is the time where you start picking sides. This is the time for, national cohesion. Let's come together. Let's solve this problem. Because the truth is, these criminals, these terrorists that go about, abducting people, killing people, they don't even ask for a political party when they go after you. They don't ask for it. If they have an opportunity to attack a governor today, they will not even ask the governor's political party. That's how funny it is. If they get an opportunity to abduct a sitting senator today, they don't even ask for public. In fact, the funniest part of it is that the brigadier general was even killed. Who knows if he's even sympathetic to the APC? I'm just saying.
So we're wrapping up now.
So it has nothing to do with the political party at this point. They should just come together and then move move in a united front. Speak to the president, and this whole thing should really stop. It's getting out of hand at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, some people are saying that it wasn't this bad under former President Goodluck Jonathan.
I mean, we're all here. We know it wasn't.
There was an explosion of.
We know it wasn't. I mean,
that actually led to his removal. One of the things that led to his removal as president. But hey, as this matters, as they unfold, we'll keep it posted. Next hashtag that's trending like mad online right now is hashtag Kogi. So it is also hashtag Ogbajana. Is also hashtag Lokoja. All these are locations in Kogi State. And then there's hashtag Kogi. Because co-guides allegedly are saying that there is an ongoing banditry. Should I call it that? There is an ongoing attack by bandits along the Lokoja Road, along Lokoja Ogbajana Road. But the Kogi State government has come out to debunk this rumor. So it put up this statement. I'd like for you to take a look at the statement the Kogi State government put up. The Kogi State government wishes to assure the public, especially students, parents, and residents of Lokoja, that there is no bandit attack or kidnapping threat at the Kogi State Polytechnic, Lokoja, or at any other school within and around the Lokoja metropolis. The satanic panic being circulated by mischief makers is baseless and should be completely dismissed. We urge our people to go about their lawful businesses without fear. Government is working around the clock with all security agencies to guarantee the safety and security of every Kogite wherever they live or stay. There's another part of that statement. Let's take a look at it. And it's showing us that it was signed by Kingsley Femi Fanwo, Honorable Commissioner for Information and Communications, Kogi State Government. This comment was dropped this evening. Now, on the 25th, however, there was an attack in Kogi State that was foiled by the Nigerian army. And so the Nigerian army put up this post on the 25th to tell Nigerians how they were able to foil the attacks of predators, kidnappers, bandits. Nigerian army says troops of 12th Brigade foil bandits ambush, rescue kidnapped victim in Kogi State. As part of ongoing intensified efforts to combat banditry, kidnapping, and other violent crimes across Kogi State, troops of 12th Brigade Nigerian Army have successfully foiled an ambush by armed bandits and rescued a kidnapped victim during a coordinated operation around Oshoshoko and Ogbajana in Lokoja local government area. In the early hours of the 25th of November 2025, following credible information on the movement of bandits crossing the Oshoshoko-Ogbajana corridor with abducted persons, troops deployed at the Kaba Patrol Base, working jointly with other hybrid forces, conducted a special ambush operation to intercept the criminals. The troops laid in wait and made contact with the armed criminals who were moving with an unconfirmed number of fighters. The bandits opened fire but were met with superior firepower from the troops, forcing them to withdraw in disorder. During the encounter, one bandit was neutralized while others fled with various degrees of gunshot wounds. The concluding part of this post. The operation further led to the recovery of one AK-47 rifle and the rescue of one kidnapped victim. The victim, who was found weak and distressed, was immediately evacuated to a medical facility for further medical attention. Further exploitation and pursuit operations are ongoing to track fleeing members of the criminal group. The Nigerian army remains steadfast in sustaining pressure on criminal groups and ensuring that communities across Kogi State are safe and secure. Residents are encouraged to maintain trust in the ongoing operations and to support security agencies with useful information that can enhance prompt response and strengthen the collective fight against crime. Signed, Hassan Abdullahi, Lieutenant, Acting Assistant Director, Army Public Relations, 12th Brigade Nigerian Army. This was on the 12th. Now, netizens reacted the same day this post was put up. Let's take a look at the reactions. Sunday Clement says, "Thank you, NA." That would be the Nigerian Army. Onuche Ojo in Igala means servant of God. Says, "Kudos, God bless the NA." That's the Nigerian Army. Bamidele says, "Much better to let the citizens see the results. God bless Nigeria." John Bosco says, "I don't know what to believe again." And then the silent strategy says, "Alhamdulillahi." AF Adewale says, "Thank you." And then the governor of Kogi State jumped on this momentum today to put up this official statement. It courtesy the TVC. Says, "Bandit commanders have relocated to Kogi State, but we will not wait for them to strike. We are taking the fight to them. We will not bow to criminals and we will not negotiate with them." End of quote. Governor Usman Ododo. That's the governor of Kogi State. All right, Kechuku, your thoughts before we wrap up this particular hashtag?
So, two things. The way the Nigerian Army actually put up that post, that's exactly how you put
Elaborate.
That's how you put up a rescue operation. Not the way you tell me, I mean, no arrest, no gunshot, no this one, no that one. That's exactly how you say.
Which is what netizens are demanding.
This is what rescue sound
operation,
like.
yeah.
Even if you're lying, I mean, this is what it sounds like. Sincerely.
Okay.
But now, and for the case of the governor of Kogi State, the government of Kogi State, I put up a post about. I also saw a post about Kaba, earlier today, saying that the area has been attacked. In fact, I saw videos of people.
That's online.
Yes, people.
There are no major publications reporting this.
Yeah, I know.
We said it on here that anything you see online, you must take with a pinch of salt.
I'm just saying, right?
Yeah, but let's not spread false rumors. Kogi State has already come out to say nothing is happening.
Okay, so if Kogi State,
that is tautology. There's nothing like false rumors. A rumor is false already.
If Kogi State government has come out to say is not true. It reminds me of how Nigerian Army also kept debunking the arrest of Brigadier General Musa before before it actually became a thing.
All right, but apparently netizens are saying thank you to the Nigerian Army to ensure that a kidnapping or a bandit operation was foiled on the 25th of November. We move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Jonathan. So former President Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan, was in Guinea-Bissau as an election observer and was trapped in the country yesterday when a coup actually happened. This coup happened in Guinea-Bissau. The president was arrested, the major opposition leader of the elections, because an election took place and the opposition leaders were crying foul, and then the elected president also said he was president. So it looked like there was unrest in Guinea-Bissau. The military took over. Goodluck Jonathan was there. He was trapped in the country, but the federal government has come out today to say that he is safe and sound, and he has been evacuated from Guinea-Bissau. It's actually a breaking news because there was so much chatter online about former President Goodluck Jonathan being trapped. The cable has that particular post. I just wanted for you to take a look at it. FG says Jonathan safe, evacuated from Guinea-Bissau after military coup. The federal government says former President Goodluck Jonathan is safe and has departed Guinea-Bissau after a military takeover in the country. In a statement on Thursday, Kimiebi Bienfa, spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said Jonathan left the country on a special flight alongside members of his delegation. Former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan is very safe and out of Guinea-Bissau. That's a quote. On Wednesday, military officers in the Portuguese-speaking country announced a takeover, suspended the country's electoral process, and declared they will be in control until further notice. Control until further notice.
Yes, control of the government. Like you rightly said, the election happened, just like what we saw in Cameroon. The opposition leader actually declared himself winner. The sitting president, Mbalo, also did declare himself winner. So it became a thing, and the military, the military jumped in, and then it took over the government. We are waiting to see, what this, which international power this coup will be leaning towards. Of course, remember the coup Mali and other countries tilted towards Russia. And my best bet again is looking at this particular coup. It seems like I think Russia will be behind or in support of this particular thing.
That's your thinking?
Yes.
This is not a categorical statement.
No, this is not a categorical. I mean, looking at where Guinea-Bissau falls on the map, and looking at America's last statement saying that, if you recall, when America was talking about Nigerian invasion, possible invasion rather, they were talking about their warships, coming close to the Gulf of Guinea, right? And the Gulf of Guinea is a very strategic point. And if you want to get a control of Nigeria and other part of Africa, that waterway is a very strong point. So if Russia wants to also be in business, then they have to come close, and that's exactly where they will have to put. And Guinea is just right there at the edge of the Nigerian map, and it's going to cut across the Sahel region, which means it's going to be easy for them to be part of the alliance of Sahel states, which the likes of Burkina Faso and Co are part of at this point. So
Burkina Faso is French speaking, right?
Yes.
Guinea-Bissau is Portuguese speaking.
So, and of course, Portugal, I mean, the grand scheme of things when it comes to geopolitics, they really do not have that, weight as they were they used to back in the day. So I am looking at this. We still wait coming days to get to see where that falls. Now, the reason is the military has come in. The president, Mbalo, also said that the reason why the military took over power was because he was trying to fight, drug trafficking in the country. The country seems to be like the transit point or the hotbed of drug in Africa to other parts of the world. So he said he's trying to actually fight it. That's exactly why the military came in. So if the military officially comes and say, okay, this is exactly why we actually came here to actually stop this, and we actually lean into this power, then of course we're able to say, okay, this is exactly why they came in. But I think we still have days to get what the military in Burkina Faso is actually saying. Until then, I think the last time it actually happened, it was almost still the same thing. It was in April 2022 when the government took over power like that. And then I think about 29 days or so they left. And then, he came in on board. So we wait. But I still want to believe it's Russia that's playing this trick, because they need to actually get control over that particular place, as America is quite close to that part.
Well, let's wait and see how it unfolds. But
I'm good that Jonathan is safe.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that former President Jonathan is safe, and he's as well as his delegation, right? They're safe and they should be back home, nice and cozy, eating some I was going to say amala. I'm not sure if former President Jonathan is amala. Maybe.
He's an German.
Yeah,
so
maybe
just give him,
starch.
No, not starch.
Just
give him seafood. Soup, yes.
Yeah.
With
absolutely.
a lot of fish and palm wine.
Thank God. We move on now to hashtag Obasanjo. We're still talking about another former president. This time around, it's a little bit comical, right? It's not security related like we did hashtag Jonathan. So it's the feud between former President Olusegun Obasanjo with former Governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose. You remember we had a hashtag here. So Governor Fayose had his 65th birthday not too long ago, and former President Olusegun Obasanjo decided to attend, but he seized that opportunity to whitewash former Governor Fayose from head to toe. I mean, it was crazy. You should go grab that video and watch it. Now, the former governor has come out to say that he felt like seizing the mic from the president and hitting his head, but that he restrained himself from doing it because, hey, it was an international stage and all of that. Because, yeah, it was packed. Now, but this is the gist. So, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has allegedly returned a $20,000. That's big bucks, I'm telling you, to former Governor Fayose. What's the money for? We heard it is attendance fee. I had no idea that was a thing for starters, but it looks like that's what's happening right now. And netizens are responding. So let me take you to X. Instablog Nigeria has a story. And it says, Obasanjo returns alleged $20,000 appearance fee for Fayose's birthday. Ex-Ekiti Governor Ayo Fayose has confirmed that former President Olusegun Obasanjo returned the $20,000 he allegedly received for attending Fayose's 65th birthday. The return follows Obasanjo's earlier statement that the money will be sent back, noting that he had not even opened it. Fayose explained in an interview with AF24 News that 2 weeks before his birthday, he reached out to several people he had political disagreements with. He stressed, however, that his call to Obasanjo was not an apology. According to Fayose, Obasanjo welcomed him at his home days before the celebration and assured him he would attend despite another engagement in Rwanda. At Obasanjo's request, Fayose said he prepared funds to cover the former president's travel logistics.
Okay.
Let's see the next part of the post. So this is the concluding part of the post. This is Fayose speaking now. I changed $20,000 and gave it to him, allegedly at Obasanjo's request. How can someone accept money and then act spitefully, he asked. Confirming the return of the funds after sending a stern message to Obasanjo, Fayose said, I have written to him and he has returned my $20,000. When asked how he felt about the repayment, he added, I am very happy. I will not allow such a person to keep my money. Wow. It looks like there's so much bitterness between these two right now. I don't know if you want to react before we take a look at what netizens are saying. All right, netizens are responding to this hashtag. Let's see how it's going down, shall we? All right. Marcel Express says, this whole story is a perfect drama showcasing the problem with our political class. On one side, you have Fayose, who openly admits to handing over a huge sum of $20,000 in cash like it's pocket change. This alone raises the question, is this how governance works? Using cash to settle logistics for powerful figures? On the other side, you have Obasanjo, who first takes the money, then returns it with a public slap on the wrist to look like a saint. Why accept it in the first place if it was so morally wrong? This is not integrity. It's a calculated move to protect his own reputation at the expense of making a spectacle of Fayose. Both of them are playing a game. One shows how transactions are done behind closed doors, and the other shows how to gain moral points in the public eye. Neither action is honest. If we want to end corruption, we must condemn both the giving and the hypocritical returning of such appearance fees. This is why our country's reputation suffers, because the entire system is a performance. Gosh. Anti-Agbado, wow. Anti-Agbado, is that anti-corn?
Mm-hmm.
Well, And Agbado says, it's politicians and government officials that are weakening the Naira. Look at Fayose openly committing economic sabotage by converting Naira to dollars for local logistics inside Nigeria. Have you ever seen Americans changing dollars to Naira in America just to run logistics? And he ends with, exactly. More reactions. Let's take a look at them. Uche is a girl says, why are they fighting like a married couple? More? Right. Omalafi says, he pay people to attend in birthday party. I don't hear him say people they buy audience, but now Ogafa should make me believe him. And then Jiralko says, Baba no they ever change. That's why I love him. Speaking the truth to your face. You think because of the envelope he's going to side you? No. Once a general, always a general. Mazi Uche says, Obasanjo returning the money shows patience and integrity because respect for elders and private resolution of disagreements matters. And making such issues public only fuels tension instead of healing old wounds. Kechiko, this is turning into a seasonal movie, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
We thought it was just part 1, 2, but it looks like it's continuing to unravel. Though.
Yeah, and I just followed patiently as you looked at the reactions, and it's quite shocking and painful at the same time. I agree with a lot of persons who talked about weakening our naira, and I also understand that
converting $20,000 to naira for local logistics.
Yes.
Appearance fee. Have you ever heard that before?
Well, like the only thing I know of politicians buying or influencing people to come as crowd. So maybe
it's not called honorary as crowd.
Yes,
but I know when you have guests coming for events and stuff, there's something called honorarium. Which you give them. But appearance fee is what I don't understand.
It's part of the thing I'm talking about. What you get in public political rallies. It happens also for say you want to run a consortium or a public space where you just want to speak to people, you want youth to gather. Mm-hmm. These are the things they do. Sometimes they just go pay people to fill the hall. So they appear to be very popular. It's all about the optics for politicians. If the person like Obasanjo appears in Fayoshe's birthday, it means that he's a man that is well loved. So these are the things they do for themselves to put themselves in the good book or public good when it comes to image. So, but one thing I really also would like to speak to is the fact that these airlines, especially because when you look at $20,000 for logistics, you'll be wondering what happened. The truth is, to fly an hour, private jets, about $5,000 the last time I checked, because I've worked closely with people who run a private jet before. So they do these things. One hour is about $5,000. So if you do the math, I mean, it's almost at, that particular figure is going to round up to because it might.
So how long does it take from
Ogun State?
Yeah.
I think it should be about an hour plus. So let's give or take. Let's say an hour.
Sure?
Yeah, I think it's about an hour. There's no state when it comes to traveling except maybe Lagos to Ogun State. But I don't think there's any state outside that that's not about an hour. It's about 45 minutes. So once it's 45 minutes, still within the range of an hour. So it's going to be like that. And if it's that, we're looking at $10,000 for. Then of course miscellaneous and other things.
Miscellaneous for what? I mean, you're trying to justify the 20,000 appearance.
This number I'm giving is far back 2020. This $1,000 number.
So you're saying it's okay?
Yeah, I'm saying it should be more, which means it's going to be rounding up around that $20,000. Okay. Of course, former President Obasanjo is a big man. So
all right.
The good side is the both of them agreed that it's $20,000 no more.
And Fayoshe has agreed that Baba returned the money.
Absolutely.
Gosh, I don't understand what's going on with these two people. But it looks like this drama is going to continue. And Baba is not one to shy away from, this kind of thing. So as the drama unfolds, I'll keep it posted. You want to say something before I wrap up? All right, guys, let's move away from that now to another hashtag I need for us to talk about. It's a follow-up to what we've been doing. Yeah, it's hashtag Nnamdi Kanu. So his lawyer, alongside some other high-profile politicians from the Southeast, visited Nnamdi Kanu in Sokoto. So Aloy Ejimako, he prefers to be called consultant lawyer because Nnamdi Kanu fired him as his lawyer, so he's actually his consultant. So they visited Nnamdi Kanu. So Aloy Ejimako put up a post and then a video. So let's take a look at the post first, shall we? All right. He says, this is Aloy Ejimako, he says, we just concluded a visitation with Nnamdi Mazi, with Onyendu. What does that mean?
Leader.
Oh, Okay, let me just stick to Nnamdi Kanu. We just concluded a visitation with Nnamdi Kanu. Among the delegation is Honorable Obi Agwocha, who also met with the leader yesterday, after which the Igbo community here gave us a fraternal reception. We shall visit #MNK again tomorrow, and more delegation is on the way. Take a listen, guys.
They get the Sokoto with love. Okay, sir, that's fine.
Is it next more video?
That's more video.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. They get the Sokoto with love. Okay, sir, that's fine.
Is it next more video?
That's more video.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So basically, I mean, the guys, the lawyer and the lawmaker, and of course other persons, this brother, they were actually just talking about, paying him a visit, and obviously they will definitely come again to visit him, like you rightly read. But before this particular, post, I also saw a post of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer before Ejimako, the one that was fired alongside Barrister Michael Zekome SAN, who also put up a post, and he said that, and he supposed that, any rush to an appeal for Nnamdi Kanu's case is going to hit the brick wall. So he said the very first thing that they need to do is to meet. He was talking about high Igbo people, top politicians, and people who really have influence to actually decide on the situation, and then go into getting the very best of hands to actually handle his case. He said that Nnamdi Kanu's case was poorly handled by amateur. That's exactly the words he used, and that they messed up the case, and that if such persons are actually allowed to continue, it's also going to become a problem. So perhaps maybe this is the very first step. Meeting, and of course, let's get to see the level of persons that will join, when it comes to this meeting, and then before we see the level of lawyers. I mean, a lawyer is very close to the family, aside being a lawyer, so he has always, Nnamdi Kanu even calls him special counsel. That's what he called him before he became this consultant. So let's see what the visit tomorrow will be, and of course, trust us here on hashtag, definitely bring it.
Absolutely. But there's something, right? Somehow, a post put up by Nnamdi Kanu's wife a few days ago is making the rounds. Looks like she's not in bed with the lawyers. Why don't I pull up that post for you? Yeah, that's Uchechi Oku Kanu, the wife of Nnamdi Kanu. This was the post she put up on the 21st when Nnamdi Kanu was moved to Sokoto. Look at how many views this garnered, 1.3 million, right? This is what she said. Information reaching me about 3 hours ago, that will be on the 21st, is that my husband has arrived Sokoto prison. Those who went to see him today did not give me any update on his transfer. Rather, they ran to social media to broadcast it. If you all do not sit up and behave in a civilized and professional manner, I will stress you with my stress. And I promise you, you will be stressed. Enough of your theatrics. Be warned. I'm shocked. What does this mean?
That was the same words Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the one that was fired before these guys jump on board, used. Enough of the theatrics.
Is it together with Nnamdi's wife?
Very well. These are Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the former one, and the wife. And of course, some persons are very much close to the IPOB. But it's
so who is that directed to? Which of the lawyers?
Of course, he's talking about Ejimako, and that's exactly what.
And you said Ejimako is the person Nnamdi Kanu refers to as special counsel.
Special counsel.
So is he not together with his wife?
Absolutely, they are not together. They've never been together. It's a lot. So the Nnamdi Kanu's case has a lot of layers, right? And that's exactly why people who are very close to the IPOB, who understands the IPOB story, who've been following it, who understand that the Aloy Ejimako, the way he's actually behaving, it's a little off, and that's why the wife is actually reacting to what they actually do. I mean, how can you go visit someone's husband without reaching out to the wife and say, hey, and the brother is also there. It's.
Would you say she's been really involved, as in heavily involved through this whole process? Has she been coming to visit? Has she been to her husband's place all the while he was incarcerated in Abuja? There seems to be a gulf between the two. So what? I mean, remember when Mandela was in prison? It was Winnie Mandela that was telling the people all what was happening until after Mandela came out of prison and they split. And all. So what? It looks like Nnamdi's wife is not really
okay. So the last I heard of her, she's actually said she's visited, but the last I heard of her visiting, she was talking about her fears that she noticed that a lot of like she's a mark. Some persons actually following her, so she had to actually stay back. So the best she can actually do is to converse, through a third party. Yeah. And she really never came out this strong. All the Wi-Fi.
Those are strong words.
Yeah, all the Wi-Fi Ejiofor was, the one who was actually managing the Nnamdi Kanu's case. And after Ifeanyi Ejiofor actually left, then this disconnect actually came. That's why she's actually been talking, but not this strong about how the things has been going. I can understand the lawyer is not giving her feedback, but the brother, that's exactly where the issue is, because the brother is also there, and I mean the two of them.
The brother is in that picture.
Two of them were there, and it's expected that one of them should actually reach out and say, hey,
to their in-law.
My sister-in-law, this is exactly what's going on. Your husband is fine, but I mean this is what it is. Sometimes maybe
so there might be some tension in the family.
Yeah, obviously there's this tension. If there isn't, I mean, she won't be coming out to actually
speak like this.
The way she's.
Do you think she might be speaking more in the days to come?
She has always been speaking.
Okay.
Like always been speaking, but not because there's this fraction. Even while Ifeanyi Ejiofor was actually handling the case, there's this tension between Ejimako and Ifeanyi Ejiofor. At that time, Ejimako was actually handling only IPOB's case, and now it later swapped where Ejimako was actually handling Nnamdi Kanu, and then the other one was handling IPOB, which means you just go any IPOB member that was arrested, they go for bail and all of that. So there was tension of who is actually there's this rivalry that's always been, and that particular issue within the lawyers' rank actually the leadership of IPOB actually tilted towards Ejiofor for some reasons. And then that's exactly why the wife also, tilted. But then the brother is always the brother, and he's definitely going to hold a lot of weight, and then a lot of persons also queued behind him, and that's the likes of the lawyer. And so that's why she's actually coming out, and she's at this point there's no father-in-law, there's no mother-in-law that she would run to, so she's actually had to just speak the way. I just hope they resolve the family issues and find a way for the young man to have his own peace.
Yeah. On that note, we'll wrap up that hashtag Nnamdi Kanu. Last but not least for today is hashtag Priscilla Ojo. So apparently she is living the life with the love of her life. Juma Jux, is it Jux? I don't know, Tanzanian superstar and all. So they just bought a mansion and it's trending online. We have a video of that. But first, let's take a look at the post that's going to tell us a little bit about this hashtag. So Ashaki GRN says Priscilla Ojo and her husband, Juma Jux, shows off the $12 million mansion they just bought in Kenya. So look, let's have the visual, right? There's a visual, yeah. So that's two of them inspecting it. And Ikechukwu, in a short while, we are going to be reading the comments. Some netizens are saying that Juma is not as rich as someone who can purchase this kind of mansion. But hey, it's not about Juma alone. Priscilla too is pulling some weight. Her mom too is a little bit wealthy, Yeah. Some of them are saying that Priscilla Ojo, her mom, who is an actress in Nigeria, is the one who is actually making Juma popular. But Juma happened to be an established name before, in Tanzania at least, before he met Priscilla, right?
Well, I mean, it's two ways. Helping Juma actually establish a fan base in Nigeria. Yes, I agree that marrying Priscilla actually will give him that. But I mean, if you socialite musicians, artists, they all do these things. They might not even have the money. How much does it cost to actually higher, this sort of exotic cars. It's all about, the optics. Put yourself in a position where people will like, oh, wow, this guy's actually doing so well. It's not like they are poor, but then you have to actually maintain a certain level because, of course, their wedding was quite elaborate. So you have to also live like people who actually have that, means to continue in that particular level.
But it mustn't border on make-believe, I hope. But let's quickly take a look at the comments before we wrap this up, because we have just like a couple of minutes to do this. Queen Timmy says it's more than $12 million. It's around $25 million, according to Kirsten Scott. Jiggy says, you're laughing, right? Because I'm thinking, how does she even know all of this? So it looks like once you're a celebrity, you have everybody's got their eyes on you in your business. Jiggy said, if Juma don't see $12 million, he go they still they sing. Well, so lots of comments, but I just decided to pick this to find out words before we wrap up.
Well, Jiggy actually just said it. I mean, if you check the likes of Davido and the likes of Wizkid, you check, what they actually, what their net worth is and what they've been actually be able to do for themselves. And then look at what this guy is actually acquiring. And then you look at, his level when it comes to music in Africa. It tells us the whole story you need to get.
It's possible that he has another business, right?
Okay.
Some of these singers
outside
singing.
Yeah. Okay. I can agree that money made outside music can actually be why he's this rich. I agree 100%.
All right. On that note, we wrap it up. Big thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. Keep a date again with us for another edition of Hashtags right here. Same time, same station. Until then, I'm Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Bantu Stephen Biko, born December 18, 1946, was a South African anti-apartheid activist. Ideologically an African nationalist and African socialist, he was at the forefront of a grassroots anti-apartheid campaign known as the Black Consciousness Movement during the late 1960s and 1970s. His ideas were articulated in a series of articles published under the pseudonym Frank Talk. Raised in a poor Xhosa family, Steve Biko grew up in Ginsberg Township in the Eastern Cape. In 1966, he began studying medicine at the University of Natal, where he joined the National Union of South African Students.
We have to teach our children black history. Tell them about our black heroes, our black culture, so they don't face the white man believing they are inferior. Then we'll stand up to him any way he chooses.
Strongly opposed to the apartheid system of racial segregation and white minority rule in South Africa, he was frustrated that the Union of South African Students and other anti-apartheid groups were dominated by white liberals rather than by the blacks who were the most affected by apartheid. He believes that well-intentioned white liberals failed to comprehend the black experience and often acted in a paternalistic manner. He developed the view that to avoid white domination, black people had to organize independently, and to this end, he became a leading figure in the creation of the South African Student Organization, SASO, in 1968. Membership was open only to blacks, a term that Biko used in reference not just to Bantu-speaking Africans, but also to coloreds and the Indians. He was careful to keep his movement independent of white liberals, but opposed the anti-white hatred and had white friends. The White Minority National Party government were initially supportive, seeing SASO's creation as a victory for apartheid's ethos of racial separatism. Influenced by the Martinician philosopher Frantz Fanon and the African-American Black Power movement, Biko and his compatriots developed Black consciousness as SASO's official ideology. The movement campaigned for an end to apartheid and the transition of South Africa towards universal suffrage and a socialist economy. Biko believes that black people needed to rid themselves of any sense of racial inferiority, an idea he expressed by popularizing the slogan, "Black is beautiful." In 1972, he was involved in founding the Black People's Convention, BPC, to promote black consciousness ideas among the wider population. The government came to see Biko as a subversive threat and placed him under a banning order in 1973, severely restricting his activities. During his ban, he received repeated anonymous threats and was detained by state security services on several occasions. Following his arrest in August 1977, Biko was beaten to death by state security officers. Over 20,000 people attended his funeral. Biko's fame spread posthumously. He became one of the earliest icons of the movement against apartheid and is regarded as a political martyr and the father of black consciousness. His political legacy remains a matter of contention.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is...
Well, hello and welcome to Nizar on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nena Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Tinubu approves Nigerian team for U.S. security group.
Also, Senate moves to amend Terrorism Act.
IGP Egbetokun confirms recall of 11,566 officers.
And gunmen attack Ngege's convoy. Police officers shot.
Tinubu West African leaders hold emergency meeting on Guinea-Bissau's coup.
And El Rufai officially joins ADC.
On the foreign scene, South Africa responds after Trump snubs G20 invite.
Well, in business news, federal government confirms Africa Energy Bank headquarters ready in Nigeria.
In sport, Libya coach names Super Eagles among AFCON favorites.
In the world of entertainment, 5 Burna Boy US shows cancelled.
Now the news and details. President Bola Tinubu has approved the Nigerian side of the United States-Nigeria Joint Working Group to strengthen collaboration on security challenges. The move follows a recent Washington, D.C. visit by a Nigerian delegation led by National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, who will head the multi-agency team. Other members include Ministers Yusuf Maitama Tuga, Mohammed Abubakar Olubunmi Tunjojo, Bernard Doro, Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, DG of the National Intelligence Agency, Mohammed, and Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, Idayat Hassan, and Paul Alabi will serve as secretary. President Tinubu urged close cooperation with U.S. counterparts to implement all security agreements. The working group will coordinate efforts on counterterrorism, defense, and regional stability. The partnership comes amid heightened pressure following U.S. pronouncements, including Nigeria's designation as a country of particular concern over alleged religious freedom violations.
And now the Senate has begun the process of amending the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act as lawmakers today passed an amendment bill through first reading. The bill, sponsored by Senate leader Ogbeyemi Bamidele, follows last week's heated debate on insecurity, where senators pushed to classify kidnapping as terrorism punishable by death. The amendment seeks to strengthen the legal framework and impose tougher penalties amid rising nationwide security concerns. Meanwhile, the Senate has set up an 18-member ad hoc committee to investigate the implementation of the Safe School Initiative, with Senator Orji Kalu appointed chairman. This follows concerns over how funds for the program have been used, despite continued attacks on schools. The committee, formed after additional prayers by Senators Adams Ashomole, has 4 weeks to report back to the Senate.
Away from that report, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, says 11,566 police personnel have been recalled following the presidential directive to withdraw officers from VIP protection. Speaking at a strategic officers conference, the IGP said the recalled officers already being redeployed to undeserved communities. He explained that President Bola Tinubu's directive is a strategic realignment of national policy priorities driven by necessity and current security demands. According to him, the policy reinforces the core mandate of the police force, protecting Nigerians, defending communities, and maintaining public order. Addressing senior officers, Egbetokun stressed that while the directive is being implemented decisively, the force must also manage it responsibly. He warned of possible misinterpretation and misinformation by individuals who may try to exploit the situation for personal or political gain or to undermine public confidence.
Yes. Yes, we have already withdrawn 11,566 personnel. We have given directives for that. I have seen some things posted on the social media misleading people are quoting me figures. Figures, I don't know where they got their figures. Where they said that 120,000 policemen are attached to private individuals in Nigeria. These are lies. Not true. I don't know where they got their figure from. And that's the figure that's been brandished everywhere. That 120,000 policemen. How many are we in Nigerian police that would attach 120,000 to private individuals? The recent presidential directive that we should withdraw policemen from VIP protection made us to discover that 11,566 policemen are engaged in VIP protection as at today in Nigeria Police Force. Of course, this is not the first time we are implementing this type of directive. Recently, I gave instruction that policemen should be withdrawn from private individuals, and those private individuals, desirous of police protection, should reapply. Because we saw the need to profile these individuals that are applying for police protection. And we carried out that exercise. During that time, a number of policemen were withdrawn, many of them not reassigned before this presidential order came. So it's something that we have been doing. But the recent presidential order will make the implementation more effective. Now that it is presidential order, there won't be pressure on the...
That was Kayode Egbetukun, the Inspector General of Police. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a nationwide security emergency, along with the Senate's call to review Nigeria's firearm laws, has sparked mixed reactions across the country. Our correspondent Rhoda Jenny reports that discussions reflect growing public concerns over safety and personal protection amid rising insecurity.
Nigeria is once again confronting a surge in violent attacks, prompting President Bola Tinubu to declare a nationwide security emergency and order the army, police, and intelligence services to expand recruitment and deploy thousands of additional personnel across the country. The president also urged the National Assembly to begin the process of establishing state police. Responsible for recent abductions in Kwara and Kebbi states. In response, presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga defended the government's approach, insisting that no ransom was paid, while explaining that security agencies avoided direct confrontation with the bandits because the abducted victims were being used as human shields, making rescue operations too risky. As Voice of the People TV, we are on the street to hear what Nigerians think about the rising insecurity and the government's response.
Let me even start from individual, the masses. Whenever we see any suspect or any strange movement, we need to report the issue to the security officers. We are hearing that all those our leaders, they are the one that causes all this thing to fight for one position or the other. Within ourselves, our government, they need to do something.
I think it's a welcome development if we go for state policing. I think that should help us in terms of security. Let every governor be in charge of their states. Then if something happens, a governor cannot give authority to the commissioner of police. They want to first of all get instruction from above, their IG. So I think that's what he said I like. Let's get a state policing.
As individuals, are things that we can actually do to stop the issue of insecurities. We need to always learn to watch each other's back. That's number one. And government itself really needs to tighten some loopholes within within Nigerian securities.
Now, the right time for him to declare anything. They are just deceiving us. It's not proper. They are killing us up and down. Even now, they've now come to Kwara, so it's better they do something reasonable.
With the security emergency now in effect and calls for state police gaining momentum, all eyes remain on how the government will respond quickly and whether these new measures will curb kidnapping, banditry, and other insecurity crises ravaging the country. Matthew Oguswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Well, we apologize for that mix-up. That was Matthew Oguswada right here in Lagos, talking to residents who are calling for stronger protection, faster government response, and an end to the surge in crime. Let's take you to Edo State now, where Rhoda Johnny reports on the same issue.
Have continued to trail President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a nationwide security emergency, with residents in Edo State describing the measure as necessary in view of rising insecurity. They said the announcement should lead to concrete steps that improve safety in towns and communities. Residents note that the key expectations are stronger police presence, faster response to incidents, and initiatives capable of rebuilding public trust in security agencies.
The national state of emergency is long awaited. It's a step in the right direction, and they should take more steps. The state police is inevitable at this time. Creation of state police, so that it can provide good administrative jurisdiction to manage policing and internal security affairs.
If the government is sincere to do so, it could be better than even requesting for foreign country. So the sincerity, it is what we Nigerians want. That due to the declaration of the state of emergency now, let's see actions, so that when we see action from the all parastatals of whether police or whatever, so let them come out and do their job, so that we, the commoners on the street, will be safe.
Men should say something, let them come out to do it. It's not only when you say something, it will be published on the paper, radio, and this. They will go and relax. No, things continue happening.
The Senate's separate call for a review of the nation's firearm laws to allow responsible citizens own guns has also sparked debate. Some residents believe regulated access could offer self-defense support, especially in areas with limited security patrols. Others insist that without strict checks, training and monitoring, easing gun access could heighten risks.
Yes, with total discouragement. No man should be allowed to carry firearms except you are totally screened, mentally in every area. That yes, you are well fit for games.
It's not good. The government should make some other suggestion. You understand? For us to train some other army, that is the army, not we serve, because we don't know how to carry gun. If you give me gun, I cannot make use of it.
If that will bring solution to what we are looking for, okay. But the gun they are going to own, is it the same thing as the one all these Boko Haram people are using? Because we see Boko Haram.
The development adds to ongoing discussions about how best to address insecurity across the country. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Elsewhere, unknown assailants attacked the convoy of former Anambra State Governor Chris Ngige along Nkpo Nobi Road in the Idemili North local government area. Ngige was not in the convoy at the time, but a policeman in the pilot's car was shot and his gun and uniform were taken. The attackers were reportedly dressed in police and army uniforms. Anambra Police spokesman SP Tochukwu Ikenga confirmed the incident, saying a coordinated statewide manhunt is underway. He added that the Mercedes-Benz SUV stolen by the attackers has been recovered following a police pursuit.
Well, in another development, President Bola Tinubu joined West African leaders in an extraordinary ECOWAS virtual summit to address the political crisis in Guinea-Bissau following a military coup. The emergency meeting held via Zoom was part of a rapid diplomatic response to the unfolding situation. The Guinea-Bissau military, which seized power Wednesday after arresting President Umaru Sissoco Embalo, has named General Hota Ntanaman to head a transitional government for 1 year. A photo released by the State House showed President Tinubu participating from Abuja. President Tinubu, who served 2 consecutive terms as ECOWAS chairman until June 2025, attended as part of the bloc's ongoing efforts to prevent coups and instability in the region.
Meanwhile, the federal government says former President Goodluck Jonathan is safe and has left Guinea-Bissau following the military coup that toppled the government. Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman Kekimiebi Ebianfe confirmed Jonathan's safety in Abuja. He had been in the country leading the West African Elders Forum election observation mission during last Sunday's elections.
In politics, former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has officially joined the African Democratic Congress, ADC, months after leaving the All Progressives Congress. The former governor registered with the ADC and collected his membership card at the party office in Usaki Ward, Kaduna State. Recall that on the 10th of March, the former minister of the Federal Capital Territory cited a widening disconnect between his personal values and the current direction of the APC as the primary reason for his defection. In his resignation letter, El-Rufai openly criticized the APC's leadership, accusing the party of abandoning the progressive ideals upon which it was founded. He revealed that he had repeatedly raised concerns about the party's trajectory, both privately and publicly, over the past 2 years, but his warnings were ignored by the APC leadership. El-Rufai, who was instrumental in the 2013 merger of opposition parties that led to the formation of the APC, lamented that the party had lost its original vision.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is Amobi Heboro, a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining us, Amobi.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
It's good evening. It's always a pleasure to have you. Let's start with this. President Bola Tinubu has approved the Nigerian side of the U.S.-Nigeria Joint Working Group to strengthen collaboration on security challenges. Would you say this is the way to go?
Absolutely. This is a clear departure from their stand ab initio. This is the way to go. That is what we have been advocating for, that there must be a collaboration. You own up and then seek for help. It is a welcome development. But I want to add here that we should not kill this initiative right from day one, because what happened in Eruku, in the Kebbi state, where Nigerians have not been able to know what transpired, whether it was a release or what is it called?
Rescue.
They were rescued, as it were, because we are still in the dark. That America may not be able to tolerate. You have to put everything on the table. This Nigerian attitude towards bandits or terrorists, will cause bad blood between the two countries. So they should, put the cards on the table as much as possible. Because when they are collaborating, the whole idea is to take these people out. This idea of negotiation must stop. So it's a welcome development. We'll see how the thing moves from here.
All right.
It's long overdue.
Okay, so do you think this means then that there is no U.S. invasion in Nigeria, even though people have taken, people don't like the word invasion. The U.S. is supposed to help Nigeria fight terrorists. But do you think that's not going to happen anymore? No military boots in Nigeria? Is that what this means, really?
Absolutely no. There must be military boots in Nigeria. What I have said so far is, let us not bring our own attitude to this marriage between us and America, vis-a-vis, tackling our insecurity problem. I want Nigerians and Nigerian government to put the cards on the table the way they are. because American government is not here to negotiate with any person. And if we, talk them into negotiation, that is where the intervention aspects will now come in. That is the point I'm making.
Okay, let's still on, of course, insecurity. The Senate has begun the process of amending the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act as lawmakers today passed an amendment bill through first reading. Do you really think that classifying terrorism or making terrorism an act, do you think is going to in any way help our security?
Like again, it is long overdue. As at last 2 weeks, American Congress, they were discussing Nigerian people here doing other things. It's now like the legislature and the executive have woken up. Fair enough. All these things put together, there must be a concerted effort between the executive and the legislature with a view to finding a lasting solution to this problem. So I see everything working together to be able to solve this problem. It is a welcome development, like I said, and let us see where all this will take Nigeria to.
Okay, so the amendment seeks to strengthen the legal framework and impose tougher penalties amid rising nationwide security concerns. So there have been this talk about nomenclature. Bandits being called bandits when they are carrying out acts of terrorism. Nigerians have come out to say that, look, you must call a spade a spade. That's on the one hand. The National Assembly is also moving for terrorism to draw the death penalty, that anybody that is caught kidnapping should, and is caught really, should face death penalties. Do you agree with these motions?
You see, our problem is not for lack of legislation. We have copious legislations that can take care of other things in this country. But where the problem is in its implementation. That is the bane of our society, implementation. If you talk about laws, we have avalanche of it. So what I'm saying in effect is that all things are working for good. When this thing broke out, when Trump tweeted, we said that if it takes Trump tweet to reset the Nigerian mindset towards insecurity, so be it. And you see now that our people are waking up from their slumber. That is great. And then we should walk the talk. We should not relent. We should fire from all cylinders, because this is a hydra-headed problem. Terrorism, banditry, and what have you, they are all not they are not working for the good of society. Recall that the primary aim of government is to secure lives and property. So now that government has recognized in its entirety their primary role, so let's give them a chance. That's what I'm saying. Let's give them a chance. Let them not quiver. Let them not bring the Nigerianness into this collaboration with America. That will worry me so much.
Okay, the Inspector General of Police, Kaudek Betokun, has, of course, he said 11,566 police personnel have been recalled following the presidential directive to withdraw officers from VIP protection. Would you say that this is a number that is applaudable, or, of course, should he have, recalled more of this? I know that this is in the process, but what do you think about this new development? The IGP said 11,566 officers have been recalled.
Yeah, this is part of it also. All hands are on deck. This is not the first time that police officers doing VIP jobs are asked to come back. When you take the statistics of the Federation, assuming the policemen attached to each and every one of them, you are getting near to 720. If you take the Senate, you take the House of Representative members, you take commissioners in each of the 36 states and all that, you're already hitting 2 million. not to talk of politically exposed persons and private people that can buy their way through and all that. So what I'm saying in effect is that the emphasis before now was on individual. Now you now leave the generality of the people unmanned. But now that I want to, like the IGP said, 11,560 have been recalled. Good thing. But Nigeria is still under-policed. The president has given a marching order, in quote, that about 50 men who should be employed in the Nigerian police force. The question is, how do you now recruit these people? How do you train them? Of course, experts have told us that it takes 6 months for you to train an average policeman. Now with the bureaucracy embedded in government business, for you to even advertise and do the interview will take you another 2 to 3 months. For everything added up in the next 1 year, you are not even done with the recruitment process. Unlike the private sector, where if I want to recruit for a company now, it takes me only 1 week, 2 weeks. You advertise, the next week you organize your interview, the person comes on. And then you can even give 1 month in lieu of notice for the person to quickly come up and then assume duties. But in government circles, it is not like that. So we must walk the talk. Again, it is not just enough to have the numbers. The experts have also told us that there is gap. There is a hiatus between the policemen and the equipment they are working with. You understand? So in this era of technology, the police needs equipment. Little wonder why some people have argued the satellite. Nigeria doesn't have satellite. Some people say they have 2. Some people say they have 5. 2, 3 is not working and all whatnot. With satellite, you can identify the Eruku bandits. You can identify those people in MAGA and what have you. So what we are saying is that it must be a holistic approach to security. It must be a holistic approach to security. Next important issue here is, what is the motivation for people to come? You'll be surprised that when the interview portal or application portal will open, there will be deaths of people applying for this job. Don't be surprised. Are Nigerians motivated to join the police? Are Nigerians motivated to join the army? So these are the things you should work. What is the average salary of a policeman? It has been put at 104,000. In the present economic reality, what is 104,000? That somebody will lay his life for the nation. So you see, they have to sit down and work out these things very, very well, so that this employment opportunity can be very, very attractive. I do not see many Nigerians rushing to apply for this job when their salary is 104,000 naira in present inflationary centered economy. It cannot work.
All right. What I hear you say is the issue of welfare must be taken into consideration. In fact, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has come out to say that withdrawing policemen from guarding VIPs is treating the symptom and not the root of the matter. But I want you to talk about this other topic, which we have been following. Unknown assailants attacked the convoy of former Anambra State Governor Chris Ngige along Nkwo-Nobi Road in Idemili, not local government area. The senator was not in the convoy at the time, but the policeman in the pilot car was shot and his gun and uniform were taken. But the police has said that the attackers were reportedly dressed in police and army uniforms. Does this raise any kind of alarm in your mind right now?
Of course, yes. Down east, what we were facing was unknown gunmen and all that. And then since the specter of insecurity has risen, one will not be surprised to hear pockets of gunmen attack in the east and all that. So Nigeria is one. And then people also believe that, the more the thing spreads within all the nooks and crannies of this country, the better for them. So all hands must be on deck. The East is not safe. The South is not safe. The Southwest is not safe. The North Central, the Northeast, and Northwest. So this insecurity is, is a wake-up. What is happening now is a wake-up call. There must be a holistic approach to this insecurity problem. Before now, the Southeast was a hotbed for government operations. All of a sudden, the thing came down abysmally, and then people were able to move around, and all that. Now it's like it's resurfacing. So all hands must also be on deck to checkmate, the onslaughts on the average citizen. Thank God the former governor and minister was not in the vehicle. And all that. My heart goes to the policeman that sustained injury. And good, I think the vehicle has been, recovered. So I think the police should, put their foot on the ground and begin to, know how to track these perpetrators so that it will act as a sufficient deterrent to future people that can, get into this fray. The thing is that banditry, terrorism, and non-gunmen, it's like there is an ecosystem built, a transaction built. It's economical. It's not commercialized. So people find it very, very easy to enter into this crime because they are not sufficient deterrent. So that is why the issue of National Assembly, or particularly the Senate, coming up with a legislation is a welcome development. We must treat these vices, very seriously, head on. Because it's not, this is our indoctrination. Before somebody can enter into terrorism, banditry, or non-government issue and all that, the person has been, ideologically reorientated, kind of. So if you are telling the person to come out of this type of problem, this type of situation, the person will not listen. So it needs government to come up with a strong legislation that can stem the tide. The tide is rising.
Okay. Our President Bola Tinubu has joined West African leaders in an extraordinary ECOWAS virtual summit to address the political crisis in Guinea-Bissau following a military coup. And one would say, why is we have so much in our country at the moment? Should our president be weighing in on a discussion that is not even supposed to be our business? Would you say that President Tinubu, yes, we know that he has served as 2 consecutive terms as ECOWAS chairman, but don't we have bigger problems in our hand right now than getting involved in Guinea-Bissau's issues?
Yeah, thank God he's no longer the chairman of ECOWAS. He's just a member. I do not think there is anything wrong with Bola Tinubu participating in the meeting, But what should bother us is, the West African sub-region. What is going on in the West African sub-region should bother even Nigeria, because a lot more countries are taking, going towards military rule. So what was the problem in Guinea-Bissau? Election disputes. You see, elections are very volatile issues. The opposition leader and the incumbents, both declare themselves winner. And then the military has to come into, solve a problem, so that the country will not degenerate into chaos, like they said. So it's a wake-up call. We are trying to learn lesson from our sister countries in West African sub-region. I do not think there is anything wrong with Bola Tinubu participating in that meeting 1 or 2 hours. We have a lot of problems. He may also be able to garner one thing or the other from their conversation in that meeting. So that does not, Nigeria will not stop working because there is insurgents and all that. I think in the recent past, about 1 week now, he has stepped up, his attention towards insecurity. Now, when we are talking about insecurity, they will almost always, parry it as if it does not matter. Now that Trump has spoken, they are taking it seriously. So be it. So I do not think there is anything wrong with his participation, but more critical is the internal problem of this country that he must fix. He must fix the internal problem of this country. And when he's trying to fix the problem of this country, he must be a little bit more sincere with Nigerians. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, look at the appointment he made, the 3 ambassadorial appointment he made. People are already picking holes with one of them. There must be seriousness. There must be seriousness. The rescue, people are already picking holes from it. And the spokesperson was talking about collateral damage and what have you. Explain these things very well. And see, man should come out of his cocoons. This is not the time to stay in Aso Rock and begin to issue press statements. We need to see him more agile, more active, in the country, not in Aso Rock, so that people, when people give a leader, that the leader reforms, it gives a lot of confidence on the left that yes, something is being done. I do not hear of press statements or spokespersons, reeling out, Okay, look at the other day. They said somebody talked about banning of grazing, open grazing. The next day, the FG denied such this. That is why we said it must come from the president himself. The president should do more. Have you wondered? Have you looked at Zelensky of Ukraine? The man is everywhere. He is in a war situation and it's everywhere, giving inspiration to his countrymen and women. That is the kind of thing we expect from Mr. President in this much time, of desperation in this country. Because if we don't handle the Nigerian situation very carefully now, it can snowball into something else. So the country is in a delicate balance. We are at a tipping point, and we need somebody that can resonate that interest, that followership, that can galvanize Nigeria to be able to fight these insurgents.
I think that's a safe place for us to land. Thank you so much, Amobi, for being part of News Hour today.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have been speaking with Amobi Heburu. He is a public affairs analyst. And on the rest of the bulletin, Lagos State has launched activities for World AIDS Day 2025 under this year's theme, Overcoming Disruption, Transforming the AIDS Response. The Lagos State AIDS Control Agency says the theme reflects challenges the state faced this year, which disrupted community HIV services. Our correspondent reports.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Lagos State AIDS Control Agency, Dr. Folakemi Animasha, said the global team calls for sustained political will, stronger international cooperation, and a human rights-based approach to end AIDS by 2030.
Many residents, particularly adolescents, key populations, and individuals in hard-to-reach areas experience delays in accessing services that are often a lifeline for early detection and care. These interruptions underscore a fundamental truth. The strength of an health response is measured not only by what happens within the clinic, but also by the reach, trust, and continuity of community engagement. When these connections falter, the opportunities for early diagnosis, timely treatment and prevention, education are reduced, and the most vulnerable populations feel the impact first.
She explained the HIV services in Lagos were affected earlier in the year when some community-based program paused due to the U.S. government's Stop Work Directive. The disruption slowed down testing, psychosocial support, and counseling in several communities. Adolescents, key populations, and residents in remote areas were the most impacted, as community structures often serve as the first point to access to HIV care. Alaska says community networks, peer educators, youth advocates, faith-based groups, and civil society organizations quickly adapted through door-to-door sensitization and mobile testing. They restored outreach and linked newly diagnosed individuals to treatment.
As part of this year's World AIDS Day agenda, Lagos State AIDS Control Agency has organized a series of activities designed not only to commemorate the day, but also to inspire, inform, and actively engage Lagosians in the HIV and AIDS response. Each event is carefully planned to foster awareness, early detection, and strengthen community resilience. HIV awareness and prevention efforts have been strengthened through religious leaders, market women, in-school platforms, and social media initiatives targeting the youth. The ongoing statewide HIV testing campaign remains the central activity of our commemoration. It ensures that residents across LGAs and LCDAs know their HIV status, support early diagnosis, facilitate timely linkage care to care, and sustain treatment adherence. This campaign reaches communities where health and social support are most needed.
From January to September 2025, Lagos recorded an estimate of 160,000 residents living with HIV, out of which more than 147,000 are currently on antiretroviral therapy. Testing numbers, however, dropped sharply, with only 222,000 tests conducted, less than 30% of the previous year total. The state ongoing free testing campaign, launched on November 18, has already screened nearly 10,000 residents, recording a positivity rate of 2%. Women and young adults aged 20 to 35 have shown the highest turnout. As part of this year's World AIDS Day activities, Lagos has lined up a religious engagement, a novelty match, awareness work, empowerment programs, and a stakeholder symposium to deepen awareness and reduce stigma. From Alausa, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you very much, Onyeka, for that. The National Orientation Agency has partnered with the Values for Daily Living organization to promote national values and civic engagement. NOA Director General, Madam Larry Lisa Onilu, hosted the VDL delegation at the agency's headquarters, marking the start of the collaboration. The meeting focused on strengthening initiatives around values, reorientation, moral development, and citizenship education. VDL, a character-building organization, briefed NOA on its programs aimed at addressing moral decline, particularly among young people, through youth engagement, community outreach, and educational partnerships. In response, Onilu praised VDL's commitment, noting their work aligns with NOA's National Values Program, including the Nigerian Identity Project and the National Values Charter. He also highlighted NOA's progress in integrating values education into schools through the new Heritage and Citizenship Studies curriculum for primary and secondary students.
Well, over now to Edo State, where Governor Monday Okpolo has inspected the Ramat Park flyover and other major infrastructure projects in Benin City, reaffirming his administration's commitment to Edo State's urban renewal. He expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work, noting that the flyover project is ahead of schedule. Our correspondent Rhoda Johnny has details.
Governor Monday Okpolo on Wednesday evening inspected key infrastructure projects in Benin City, reaffirming his administration's commitment to fast-tracking Edo State's urban renewal agenda. He expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work at the Ramat Park flyover, noting that progress was ahead of schedule.
The pace at which they are working, the work is moving very fast. I never expected this to happen this soon. For me, I am very, very happy, and I believe that they will deliver as agreed.
Project officials reported that major structural components of the flyover are complete, with remaining spans expected before Christmas and full delivery by April or May 2026.
This side, maybe we will try to finish it before Christmas so that we have enough time to do the remaining service law and the road walk. I think we will try to finish it by April, highest May. In May, you'll finish it.
The inspection continued at a flood-prone community near Ramat Park, where residents welcomed intervention addressing a decade-long erosion problem. The project includes underground drainage to channel stormwater and resurfacing the road with asphalt to make it smooth, safe, and accessible.
To control the erosion that is ravaging Ramat Park. When you get there during the season, you know you can't pass that place. Then your car will be filled up. So we are taking the underground drainage, and why we tie it also, so that this place can be accessible
The Commissioner for Works praised the contractor for maintaining high standards and said engineers are monitoring progress daily to ensure compliance.
We can't all the projects. We are quite depressed as a ministry because the type of job they are doing that really very picture in conformity with the standards that have been agreed. Well, what they are doing today we will follow because we are supposed to be here every now and then. Because from time to time there are different layers, so we are supposed to follow. As you can see on the road, this is behind that. So we are expecting the very call to come tell us stuff. So also the other project you are seeing where they are doing the gutters and other. So
He assured residents that the project will restore safety and accessibility, emphasizing that timely delivery and efficiency remain central to the administration's approach. In Benin, Rhoda John, BOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. We now move on to the foreign scene. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has called U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to bar South Africa from next year's G20 summit in Florida regrettable. Trump said South Africa refused to hand over the G20 presidency to a U.S. embassy representative at last week's summit in Johannesburg. Presidential spokesman Vincent Magwenya said South Africa should now accept there won't be a reset in relations with the U.S. despite recent diplomatic effort. He added that if visas are denied, South Africa will look beyond the U.S. G20, focusing instead on working with other members to carry forward the summit's discussions. Trump boycotted the summit over discredited claims that South Africa's white minority faces large-scale killings and land seizures.
Well, in business news, the federal government says the $5 billion Africa Energy Bank's headquarters in Nigeria is fully completed and ready for use. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Heineken Lopobori, made the announcement in Abuja after inspecting the newly furnished facility, confirming that Nigeria has met all host country commitments. He described the office complex as world-class, designed to support the smooth launch of the bank. He also said that the next steps now lie with the Africa Petroleum Producers Organization and the African Export-Import Bank to finalize procedures for operations. He said the readiness of the headquarters signals that the Africa Energy Bank is now poised to begin operations.
We now move on to sport. Libya head coach Aliou Cisse has named Nigeria's Super Eagles among his favorites for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The Super Eagles are one of 24 teams set to compete in Morocco next month. Nigeria reached the final in the last edition but lost 2-1 to host Cote d'Ivoire. Cisse, who led Senegal to their first AFCON title in 2021 and was runner-up in 2019, included Nigeria among 5 favorites for the upcoming tournament.
In the world of entertainment, 5 major shows on Burna Boy's No Sign of Weakness tour have reportedly been cancelled. The cancellations come after a viral clip showed the singer confronting a woman who appeared to be sleeping at his concert, sparking widespread criticism. The Grammy-winning artist later admitted he was struggling mentally, a revelation that drew mixed reactions. Reports indicate that 5 arena dates were quietly pulled following a slump in ticket sales. Well, that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that Tinubu has approved Nigerian team for U.S. security group.
Also, Senate moves to amend Terrorism Act.
IGP Betokun confirms recall of 11,566 officers.
Gunmen attack on Gige's convoy, police officers shot.
Tinubu and West African leaders hold emergency meeting on Guinea-Bissau coup.
El-Rufai officially joins ADC.
On the foreign scene, we told you that South Africa has responded after Trump snaps a G20 invite.
In business, federal government confirms Africa Energy Bank headquarters ready in Nigeria.
And in sports news, Libya coach names Super Eagles among AFCON qualified favorites.
And in the world of entertainment, 5 Burna Boy US shows cancelled.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only